And Madam President, we are broadcasting live.
Thank you. The time is 6:03. The date is Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. I'm going to go ahead and call to order the regular school board meeting of the Anchorage School District. I have in the boardroom present with me, my name is Elisa Vicalis, president. I have board member Hildy and board member Marcette, as well as superintendent Dr. Dina Bishop. On Zoom is board member Holloman, board member Donnelly, board member Mitchell, and board member Bellamy. All members are present. At this time, I'd like to do the flag salute, and if member Hildy, if you would do it, that would be wonderful.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge with gratitude the Dena'ina people, both past and present, who have lived on these lands since long before Anchorage was here. May we all be good stewards of these lands. Shannon. We want to welcome you to our meeting and thank you for attending and supporting the work of the Anchorage School District and this board. The mission of the Anchorage School District is educating all students for success in life. The board thanks students, parents, teachers, staff, school business partners, and the entire community for your investment in our district with your time, your talent, and your tax dollars. At this next step is the approval of the agenda. I wanted to point out to board members, we had one item that was missed, that if there are no objections, I would like to add the military report under community engagement. I will make it the first item under community engagement. So if there are no objections, I will go ahead and do that. Member Holloman, I see your hand raised.
I'd like to add a placeholder for possible action under action items for possible motion on the resumption of in-person education.
That is a lot of possibilities in that request. Per our board policy, and I think I spoke with you earlier on this one. I can grab the number real quick. Agenda items for action are not supposed to be added within 9 days of our board agenda. I don't have that board policy number with me, but I did forward it to you.
I want to say 472, but my memory may be off on that. I do think it'll fall under urgent and of importance, but it's something I'd not like to get into the specifics of until we listen to the superintendent's report and other information in the meeting.
Okay. So I know that we cannot put it on as an action item, but it is, I think we'll be able to have the conversation later after the superintendent's report and we can see where, where it might be able to fit. Member Hildy, you have a question?
So first we would need a second and then we will vote, and if there's a majority vote at this time in the meeting, then we can amend the agenda.
So Member Holloman wanted to possibly add and didn't know where to add, and so I don't have a clear motion on the floor in which to have a second to, I think is the concern.
Member Holloman, could you make a motion to amend the agenda for what you want to add to the agenda?
And it may be it's not appropriate to do at this moment. I don't want to make a motion at this time, but I would like a place so that a motion can be introduced at that time. So it may be that we should defer the vote until I actually have a motion ready.
Mr. Holloman, you do need to make that motion now, even if we don't, because you're amending the agenda and we have to vote to amend the agenda. So this would be the best place to do that. And then if, you decide not to move forward, that's fine, but you need to make, my suggestion is this is the best place to make that amendment instead of, it'd be hard to do it later on.
That's one of the difficult things about timely and urgent is we're still waiting on information that's going to come out in the meeting. So I don't want to make it without listening to everything that we're about to discuss tonight.
So when would you make it?
After we've gone through the reports and we've got everything from the information, I would make it under action items when we get to that point.
All right, then we will tackle that question if and when it comes later in the agenda. More Board Member Bellamy, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I was just trying to, so according to our board policy 9271, it does speak to the 72-hour in advance, but it also has an emergency or urgent public necessity clause. So Mr. Holloman, is that part of why you want to add to the agenda? Is it an emergency for it or an urgent public necessity?
I think depending on what we find tonight, that it would, if that motion is brought forward, it would fall under both of those, yes.
Okay, so I think I agree with Member Marcette that we probably should have a motion now, even if we to get it on the agenda, because if it's not on the agenda, we can't. Is that correct, Madam Chair? If it's not on the agenda, we cannot discuss, or I guess we could do, how does that work? We cannot discuss it or take action.
We will be able to discuss the item, but whether it becomes an action item or not is all going to be up to the board based on its assessment of the motion when it comes and whether it falls under emergency or timely. Knowing the topic, I believe it's probably going to come, probably somewhere under, it can be brought up at action, but more likely non-action under item 1.
Looks like Member Donnelly has his hand up.
I see that as well. Member Donnelly.
Thank you, Madam President. I just had a procedural question.
Yes, sir.
If there's a motion to the amended agenda for emergency purposes, does that require an ordinary majority or a supermajority?
Madam President, so if we amend the agenda at this time of approval, it's an ordinary approval. If it's in the middle of the meeting, Member Donnelly, you'd be correct, it's a supermajority.
Majority, yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that. Could you repeat the answer, please?
So, Robert's rules is available for everyone. If you amend the agenda during the agenda passing time, it's a majority, 4 votes, majority approval. If you amend the agenda during the meeting after the approval of the agenda, then it requires a supermajority.
Thank you. Well, let me go ahead and introduce this at this time. And it's a little awkward in that I'm not absolutely certain I want it to be introduced, but I do want to make sure we have the opportunity to address it tonight. The motion is simply ASD will not resume in-person general education classes before January 2021.
And are you asking to have this placed on as an action item or a non-action item?
As an action item, due to the timely nature of what our district's plans are and the rather urgent public health situation that we have in Anchorage.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Are there any board, I see Katie's hand up. Katie's our board secretary. Katie?
Yes, I was just going to request if Mr. Holloman could repeat the language for the action item motion.
ASD will not resume in-person general education classes before January 2021. And I'll text that to you.
All right, so I have a motion to add to the action items this request by Member Holloman. It was seconded by Margot. We are not getting into the substance of the motion right now, rather the timeliness of it, because the only way that it can be put on our agenda inside of the 9 days if it falls under emergency or a timeliness qualifier, categorization. Member Hilda, you have your hand raised.
Thank you. I wouldn't support the motion. This isn't like a new idea. This could have just been sent to you to be on the agenda. Only takes 2 members to do that at any time. And then we would have had the appropriate public notice of something so significant. I don't believe it is appropriate for our board to discuss this kind of motion without public notice. I think that is the overriding priority for me. If that's something the board wants, then there just needs to be appropriate public notice.
Are there any other members with Member Donnelly? I see your hand raised.
Thank you, Madam President. I agree with Member Hildy. After what happened at the last meeting with the lack of public notice of the change in the board regarding the naming of East High, I think it would be a horrible disservice to the public to do that again this meeting and not give people proper notice that this was coming up or going to be voted on.
Thank you. Member Holloman, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, the issue is we've had a dramatic change in the amount of COVID illness in the community over the past 2 to 3 weeks. And the previous meeting was the first time the board had really been fully briefed on the plans to reopen. And this is a difficult issue. And it may well be that after we listen to more of the superintendent's report, we'll feel very comfortable withdrawing this or voting it down. On the other hand, we've got a public health emergency in our town that is accelerating. And there is the potential that what the district is thinking about doing would add to that. So there's really not the opportunity for public notice in this case. 9 days ago, the situation was different. So I think the public deserves to hear us speak on this and take a position on this. I would hate for them not to hear us speak to it. And unfortunately, it's kind of a blend between the importance of the issue and the rules of procedure. I think it needs to be on the agenda for discussion. It may or may not be worthy of passing. So I would urge people to support putting it on the agenda.
All right, I don't see any other members. Oh, no, there, thank you. Now we're using our blue hands again. All right, Member Marcette.
So regardless of whether I support this or not, I do think that as far as procedure, it would be appropriate to put it on non-action for discussion. And at that time, the board decided wanted to move it to an action item, have a special meeting or whatever. But I do believe it's within Mr. Holloman's. I do want the 72 hours. I want the public to weigh in, and I do believe as a board member, whether I support it or not, that we should either allow him and vote on it, either on action or non-action, and vote as a board on whether we accept it or move forward, because we have to vote on the agenda as amended.
Okay, so right now I still have this one action, or this one item is what we're speaking to. Member Hildy.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Holloman said we've had 2 to 3 weeks notice. There's no reason any board member who wants something on the agenda cannot follow our rules. It's not like this happened last night. This is plenty of notice. There's no reason for there to be a delay. There's no reason for us to discuss it as a non-action item without public notice. That is why we have public notice, so that if it was a non-action item, people could come and share their views on it. But we didn't. So if we amend it to this, we just need to be honest that we're saying public notice is not something we think is important in this instance, because we will be discussing it without the public having any notice.
Board Member Bellamy.
So I'm trying to, I agree about public notice. I also understand Mr. Holloman's point of this being a public emergency that, I mean, the numbers are very high. And so how else, other than if we don't get it on the agenda, this is a procedural question, can we give the public notice and call a special session?
To Member Bellamy, yes, ma'am, that would be something that is doable, to hold a special meeting, you know, say sometime next week where there is appropriate notice to the public.
So Member Holloman, can we hear your thoughts about that? Because we'll still discuss the plan tonight. Would a special session with due public notice give you the, would that be a, I don't know what to say, would that be possible, I mean, or at least doable for you?
Well, I think if we go to a special session, we're talking about days of time before we can act. And we are looking at just 14, 15 days before people are expecting to have their schedules changed and be ready to receive students. So I think it's urgent that we let the district know and the public know what we are absolutely going to be doing. And we've all been watching two things. We've been watching a continued spike that's still trending upwards on COVID cases in Anchorage. And we've been looking at what the district has done, which has been impressive, and trying to balance those two. So I wouldn't have made this a week ago. And we have all participated in looking at the district preparations, which are a huge factor. I think that's why it's this late in being made, but it's public health and it's planning for something that's 2 weeks away in the district. So I think it's very urgent and important, and that we should discuss it and act on it tonight.
All right, Board Member Mitchell, you have your hand raised. I'd like to try and get this wrapped up so we can continue to approve our agenda and move on in it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I guess I'm just wondering procedurally, if there's no way to discuss this tonight, would the 72 hours, today is Tuesday, so we could potentially do something on Friday would be the earliest, and would that then be an action? Because I agree with Member Holloman that if something is going to change, it would be extremely disruptive to have it happen farther out.
From a procedural response, Friday would probably be the earliest. I would have to, check with Dr. Bishop and her team to see, what day and time might work, whether it's Friday or Monday or Tuesday or, but it would have to be, the 72 hours out. So a minimum of Friday.
Okay, I guess I'm wondering, would that be a meeting where we would actually be able to vote on this or not? Or would it have to be non-action and then action?
It would go from non-action to action. But
So
right now, the current motion on the floor is to add a placeholder to action items. And so that's what we're being asked for, is to add to action items. So right now, let's go ahead and vote on this motion to amend the agenda. It is to add the placeholder of the action item. ASD will not resume in-person general education classes before January of 2021. And because we have so many of us on Zoom, Katie is going to have to do a roll call vote for each of these. So Katie, if you please would do that.
Member Marset. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Can you call on me a little bit later, please?
Member Mitchell.
You're muted.
Yeah, I know. My screen went away. Yes.
Member Vacalis.
No.
Member Bellamy.
Yes.
Member Donnelly.
No.
Member Hildy.
No.
Member Holloman,
Yes.
Member Marset.
I know we're voting, but can I ask for a point of clarification?
I will do my best.
If this were voted no, could he still bring it up under non-action?
He can rephrase his
Pardon?
motion. He can rephrase his motion,
Okay.
to
No.
reflect that. That motion fails, 3 yeas to 4 nays. So I have an amended agenda that includes the military report under community engagement at this time. Were there any other modifications to the agenda that folks had? Ms. Katie, I see your hand up.
I apologize, President Vakilis. I just noticed that I had neglected to change the motion by and the second by. I can change that in the official record, or I can revote.
I trust you to change it.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
That's good. All right, not seeing any other hands up. If there is no opposition, by unanimous consent, we will approve the amended agenda with the military report. Do you that, or do you have to have a voice vote? They have the opportunity, from what I learned the other day. All right. Margo, were you trying to reach out?
I was. Just a point. I'm just point of order or clarification. So, at what point do we entertain the special meeting request?
Member Bellamy, so we can talk about special meetings anytime that's a scheduling issue. So we could talk about it during an agenda item. We can talk about it during the end. We also can talk about it outside of the meeting. So scheduling a meeting doesn't, there's a lot of flexibility there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. All in favor of the agenda as approved? I don't see any opposition. Last call. Moving on in the agenda, next up is our community engagement section. And we are going to go ahead and kick it off with our military report. And I just wanted to make sure that I did see him. I do. Colonel Delamater, did I get that one right?
You got it.
All right, thank you for today.
No, my pleasure. Thanks for having me. Just 2 quick items for the agenda. The first one is I had a chance to go last week and tour and visit the reading tutoring program that we have going on at Aurora Elementary School. And so for me, it was very helpful. I know we have a lot of conversations right now about, returning to in-person instruction. So it was helpful to see how we were doing in that environment with the students and with the teachers, and very, very impressed with the work that the faculty is doing over there. And so I know we have 26 families right now that are taking advantage of that program. So we definitely hope that it will continue. The second item is, I know this is certainly relevant to a lot of the discussion we had at the beginning, is whatever ASD decides, and right now we understand that the decision or the plan is to return to the in-school instruction on the 16th of November. That the base stands ready to support that. And Colonel Aguilar echoed that same sentiment on a virtual meeting with the acting mayor earlier today. And so acting mayor Quinn Davidson is also aware that we stand ready to implement whatever measures are necessary to support the school district with that plan. Pending any questions, that's all I have for the military report.
Do any board members have any questions? Member Marset?
Hi, Colonel. How are you today?
Hi, ma'am. How are you?
Good. I do have a question. I've heard that PCS orders are curtailed right now, but there might be a big influx coming in. Is that true?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
There has been some questions about whether or not there's going to be any kind of restrictions on PCS inbound and outbound from Alaska. Right now, both the Air Force and the Army have received approvals for any folks that are scheduled to move to and from Alaska to continue on those movements. So we do not anticipate any disruption to the arrival of our new families and the departure of the folks that are scheduled to depart. And not aware of any curtailment of any movement orders either. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
All right. I don't see any other hands raised, but on behalf of the board, thank you for your service, and we look forward to continuing to work with you in the future. Thank
you. All right, likewise. Thank
tonight.
you. All right. Have a good night.
Next up, we have board conference and committee reports, starting with governance and member Hildy.
Thank you. So attached to the agenda is the October governance report. We received just some general information on infectious disease policies from Ms. Petronas on what does it mean to have invasive procedures, and it was, needles and G-tubes and things. So that was a question from our summer discussion. Continued to work on the anti-racism proposed policy. Member Bellamy, Member Mitchell are working on that. And if you have some feedback on the draft, please provide it to them prior to the next meeting so that can be incorporated and we can make efficient use of our time. And then as I send my email, just be sure to look through to see if you have anything coming up for presenting at upcoming meetings. If you have other items you want governance to consider, please send them to me. Our next meeting is November 10th, 3:30.
Thank you. Next up, Board Member Bellamy with Communications Committee.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So we have not met since our last meeting. Our next meeting is planned for next week on the 10th of November, following the Governance Committee meeting, and that'll be about 4:30. We will be looking at legislative priorities, as well as solidifying our outreach, public input around our strategic plan, goals, and guardrails. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect segue. Next up, I'm going to ask Member Marcette to speak to the Finance Committee, as well as a quick follow-up on the Strategic Planning Ad Hoc Committee.
Thank you. Finance Committee meeting was held prior to, actually last school board meeting. At that time, I gave the report. Our next Finance Committee meeting is on the 17th. We've been focusing on early discussions on budget, which we will continue, and any updates from our chief financial officer and his staff on budget information. As far as strategic plan, we do have a meeting scheduled to talk about how we are going to move forward with getting this information and getting feedback from the community, and that will be this week.
Thank you. Next up on the agenda is community outreach. Are board members going out and having any fun conversations out in the community, whether they're community councils or any of the different groups that we do a liaison and partnership with, that they would like to take the opportunity to share today?
I have been going to my community council meetings. Actually, I've been pretty surprised. I haven't had many questions, whether they agree with us or too much feedback on what I've presented. Of course, that was before we made our announcement. So it might be a little different in attending this week, but for the most part, I think without getting questions, without comments, I have to assume that people are on board.
Thank you. And next up, I see Board Member Bellamy's hand.
Yeah, similarly, I also attended our community council meetings, including the Federation. I got lots of questions, but lots of kudos as well. The the flu and immunization clinic was a hit. People were interested in that. Because I think this was during the parent-teacher conferences, people were interested in how those were going to be. So we were able to share the new entry plan, parts information on that, because it fell right in the middle of this last round of community council. We were also able to share some of the talking points from the information that we got from the administration, and that was very helpful. But I did get lots of questions, and some of those questions I did forward back to the administration. So my 5 councils were true to form, very interesting and very excited.
Thank you. Next up, Member Mitchell.
Yeah, in addition to community councils, and I always get lots of questions. I love Chugiak and Eagle River. They're definitely very engaged. I also attended with Member Marcette the 90 by 2020 leadership meeting, and there are some new faces on that committee, many new faces. It was really energized. They're excited about our new strategic goals and guardrails, and helping to get community feedback on those. We have a new executive director at United Way who seems wonderful. Quite a few new members. We've got some people from the media who are really engaged. So that was exciting. Also, with Member Marcette, the Alaska Association of School Boards executive director has resigned. So we had the honor of being in a committee to choose the new director, who will be announced at the AASB conference on Sunday afternoon. And that was exciting. So that will hopefully continue and improve on the good work that the AASB does. And then I was also, I had the honor of chairing a committee to choose the School Board of the Year for the AASB, as well as the recipient of the Carl Rose Governance Award. And the people on the committee with me and I all commented in reviewing the applicants who were submitted for the Carl Rose Governance Award, who are various school board members from around the state, that it really gave us ideas for things to think about with our school boards. And it was very inspirational to read some of the wonderful things that are being done at other school boards around the state. So, and in addition to getting into many, many elementary schools over the past week, it's been a really fun past few weeks.
Thank you. Board Member Hildy.
Well, thank you. And, of course, going to community councils and hearing lots of feedback, people are generally understand the challenge that everyone's facing, and very kind and supportive of just the difficulty of working through decisions. So that's been encouraging for me. And then I'm continuing, remember AJ invited all of us to participate in governance training, to be training. So that's something that I continue to do. And been once a month throughout the entire pandemic. But one of the benefits of that is that I get to talk to board members from all over the country, and just some of the challenges, similar challenges they're facing. So it's encouraging to know that others have similar challenges, and then a lot of the things that we're doing are very similar to what's happening around the country, and that's reassuring, and so I appreciate that.
Awesome, thank you. Not seeing any other hands, we're going to keep moving on in our agenda because it is going to be a long one. Next up is going to be goal monitoring. It's listed as K2 data on absenteeism. And so at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Bishop.
All right, thank you. We have this being run from home. If you could, there we go. It's up in view mode. If you could do it, there you go. Here we go. So last week, the board had requested information on its goal monitoring, and I had halted due to some of the caveats in regard to absenteeism and attendance taking in the different grade levels. So we went ahead and qualified the information, and we're just here to share what we see in K2 absenteeism. So for the enrollment in these areas, you can see the total is a little over 9,000 students. And in the different areas of race, ethnicity for K2 only, mind you, these are the percentages. So the white, Caucasian, non-Hispanic is 39.69, almost 40%, and then all others added up. I would like to say that one of the 2 or more races continues to be our growing, which speaks to our diversity, our growing category, which is kind of cool because in other large districts, this is not true. 2 or more races isn't growing. It stays around 2 to 3%. So that just speaks to our community in a positive way. I wanted to share some of the caveats in regarding the absenteeism, why we halted and that what we now understand. It is very flexible. And the reason that elementary attendance is flexible and a little bit stringent signing into Zooms occurs at the later grade levels is that a lot of our younger children need assistance in logging in. And if their parents aren't home, we've really had a flexible time that we count a student as being present, if you will, if work is turned in. If there's some engagement from an email from a parent later on that says, oh, I went over that lesson with my child, or we looked at your Zoom video, we did that. So really we take all types of feedback and wanted the board to know. It is defaulted to present unless we specifically, and teachers don't specifically hear anything from the child or parent or actually see them present. So we wanted to share that, and that was part of an ask by our community. We do also have some flexibility in our older grade levels, and they're handled individually with teachers and students in regard to the ability of students' login times, computers, and the like. So just to share some of our beginning data is we didn't pull 3 years of this. Generally, we do a timeline or a graph of 3 data points. Last year and this year were just very different. So we just pulled last year's data, this year's data, but we can look at that in more detail. Chronic absenteeism is defined when we look at that as more than 10%, which is in this first quarter more than 17 days. So about 17% of our students missed more than 17 days. So didn't have any communication, didn't log in, didn't get into the Canvas shell, or was present at a Zoom. Again, they are defaulted there. So this was specific action in regard to teachers' understanding about that engagement. To understand where students are and who they are in the different programs, we can share those data as well.
Dr. Bishop, did you want to go through the whole thing?
No, we can stop. Or? That's okay. It took a little longer to advance the slides. So
you said 17 days is the definition for, but is that for the whole year, not for the quarter?
For the whole year.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think you mentioned just for the quarter, that meant the 17 days for the quarter. So
it's 17 days for the school year, but those students already met the mark for chronic absenteeism.
Oh, yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Right. Don't see any other hands.
Yep. All right. So here is the different programs. As you know, we can probably imagine and believe that our students that have additional just hurdles to get through in their daily lives are finding it more difficult than a student that isn't, say for instance, child in transition or homeless. If they're finding it more difficult to connect with schooling, and that's just understandable in the time that we're in. So these are all the different programs that are generally pulled out that we report on in state reports, so that the board understands where these programs, why they were selected. They are state reporting student groups or subgroups, as the state refers to them. And we do have some areas that actually increased, that did better on the engagement on online. And so these are just now the race ethnicity student groups that are also state reported. And as you can tell, we just have certain student groups that we're finding it more difficult than others to engage in online learning. And again, teachers have been ultra flexible in working with families at this grade level, really all of elementary, to really work with families and their childcare work schedules. And so much of the learning of young children is really directed by parents at this grade level, where they're not independent on turning in the Canvas or progressing through it. So therefore, I mean, just for the board to understand, we're really working with parents and allowing teachers to really be flexible in the evenings and other times. So I know that this is not a traditional goal monitoring. As usual, is how we would discuss it according to the board's goals, but we wanted to continue to provide data to the board to basically can continue to update on students and keeping students in the forefront of our discussions.
Thank you, Dr. Bishop. Did any board members have any questions on what the superintendent has presented to us tonight? Member Marcette?
So is it safe to say, because we have been lenient with reporting absenteeism for various reasons, either they can't get on or, you know, whatever, or they don't have the support at home, could we say that these might even be a little higher?
You know, I think that we're doing a good job of being accurate. I would say that the outcomes and the expectations maybe have changed to what it would have been before. Okay. So, but I would say there's a definite due diligence on teachers' part to try to be accurate, but we just have kids that really we can't contact. And then we're starting to utilize our many different programs, and where you saw the programs of really trying to reach out. We have done calls, home visits. We've done outreach in neighborhoods. There's a few neighborhoods in the Diamond area that we saw a significant increase, that we kind of created a van and went to that neighborhood to see how can we help you and do an outreach in communities around. Certainly, we have to use district-wide resources to do that. Teachers, in the classrooms are teaching the next class. Right. So we're working with our equity department, our ELL department, our title department, as well as our Indian Ed, to really circle our resources, as well as our nurses. These children sometimes are also missing, just those updates in the nurse's office. So we're just trying to do our best. But I would say that the recording of them is the best that we can do with the best efforts and knowledge that we have.
Well, I think that's important for our community to know, because I don't think they realize all the things that the district does to try to connect with our students. And so that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Hildy, you had your hand raised.
Thank you. So it's interesting, this follows similarly the data from pre-COVID, low-income students, Alaska Native, Pacific Islander. I'm looking at the Pacific Islander and Alaska Native students, and those numbers are very high for what we're saying is, I don't want to say a low bar for attendance rating, but a flexible attendance, lots of ways to hit that mark. Just as a community member, what can we do to support the district? What is that way to reach the Pacific Island community? I know there's a lot of support for Alaska Native, but I don't see that for our Pacific Island community, and all I see are these numbers going up without any community focus on that rising reality.
That's a great question, and honestly, the support to families is really surrounding that. There is a knowledge in regard to the importance of school, of getting to school, and then the actual ability of what our families are dealing with and working through at home. A lot of them are multi-generational families, multi-children in the families, and families where parents just simply go to work. And understanding the importance, what we're seeing here is basically the outcome divide just is increasing for our population, which, as we showed, is primarily non-white, non-Caucasian. Hence, we're worried about it to that point. But certainly, we've done some outreach that to people's workplaces. If our employers in the community can say, "Hey, make sure your kid goes to school, even if school isn't in session," log in. What can we do? We've reached out with technology. We've reached out with, I'm sure the board knows that we worked it out with a online connectivity supplier that they don't have to rely on the families for the payment and the services. Basically, we're the go-between where we'll ensure that the bill is paid to keep that turned on for students. So we're really moving beyond our traditional means to be able to do it, and we're continue to have results that I'm sure our community isn't happy with, these parents aren't, teachers aren't, and we're all not happy with the outcomes. It's just the reality of the first quarter.
Thank you. I saw a hand, but it went away, so I'm guessing the question may have been answered, or
it was mine. Dr. Bishop answered my question.
Thank you. All right, not seeing any other hands, we'll go ahead and move on in our agenda. Public testimony, and we have a list. I'm going to read a brief statement, kind of brief. The board welcomes public comment on non-agenda and non-action items. We value public comment as it ensures that we remain aware of public thoughts, ideas, and concerns, and informs our decision-making process. The school board encourages anyone wishing to provide public testimony to sign up in advance for in-person or telephonic testimony, or to email written comments by 2 p.m. the day of the meeting. These comments will become a part of our meeting record. There is a 1-hour time slot at the beginning of the meeting. Testimony in excess of 1 hour will be heard at the end of the meeting or may be submitted in writing. If you have signed up in advance for in-person or telephonic testimony, you will be called on in the order in which you were signed up. You will have 3 minutes to testify. When 30 seconds remain, a bell will ring to inform you so that you can finish your sentence. Additionally, it is not our practice that board members answer questions or engage in discussion with members of the public. This is your time to speak and our time to listen. The board will consider all information shared by the public, and when deemed necessary, issues raised in testimony will be referred to the administration for follow-up. We have quite the list today. I'm going to go ahead and start it at 6:52 because I know we have an agenda we also need to deal with. Our first speaker, and I have not looked at my attendees yet. 2, awesome. Thank you to our IT team. First speaker up, Mr. Kim. Daniel, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We sure can. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you to the board for having me tonight. My name is Danielle Kemp. I'm retired Army Combat Officer and teacher here in the ASD. I'm here tonight to voice my opposition to the ASD's abhorrent decision to reopen classrooms on November 16th. There are 3 reasons why I believe this should not happen. First reason is scientific recklessness. By all scientific and medical measures and guidelines, we should not be opening restaurants and bars, let alone schools. Yet, here we are, ready to do so. Do you know who says not to open with rising COVID cases like we see here in Anchorage? Experts like Dr. Fauci, Dr. Birx, and Dr. Zink. And do you know who says the opposite of that? Non-experts like Donald Trump, Dunleavy, and apparently Dr. Bishop. The second reason is that it's logistically unsound. One of the biggest problems with COVID-19, along with the deaths and long-term residual health problems, is the fact that at a certain point, it will create a bottleneck in the healthcare system. That means that...
Pardon me, Mr. Kemp. Point of order.
State your point.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, I'm making a point. Public testimony shall not include charges or complaints against any employee of the school board, including the superintendent, There's a process for that.
The point is accepted. Just a reminder to all of our folks doing public testimony that not to be, as Member Hildy just read, no oral presentation shall include charges or complaints against any employee of the school board, including the superintendent, regardless of whether or not the employee is identified by name or by another reference.
Well, if that employee is creating a problem that I'm complaining about, how can I not create, complain about the person who is actually
Mr.
doing
Kim,
it's a catch-22, right?
Sir, charges or complaints against employees must be submitted to the school board under the provisions of our school board policy and administrative regulations. So there is a process for that, and we're happy to work through that. But we want to make sure that public testimony adheres to our board policies. So that's all we're trying to do.
Understood.
So
where's the line drawn between complaints against the person or complaints against the decisions the person made?
You can have issues with the decisions, but by reference of a specific employer superintendent, you do still have 1 minute and 34 seconds remaining in your testimony. We did pause the timer, so if you would like to continue, you may do so now.
All right, let me find out where I left off here. Okay, all right, whenever you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
That means that due to the lack of hospital space, people may not be seen for things like diabetes, strokes, deadly wounds, the flu, suicide treatment, etc. This will cause an exponential increase in non-COVID-19 related illness and injury complications and death, along with those from COVID-19. The third and final reason is that this is a blatantly racist policy. This body should be aware of the alarming statistic from the CDC that states that over 80% of all children who die from COVID-19 are children of color. And when taking this information into consideration, you have to ask yourself, why was the ASD willing to throw out black and brown children to the wolves? Use them as guinea pigs in their little science project. Whose interest does this serve? Regardless of the reasons, I say no, no, and no. Not on my watch. I'm a black man and a father of black children. My people have seen this sort of thing before, from the near eradication of our indigenous brothers and sisters by white colonizers to the unwilling subjugation of black people to untreated diseases. I'm telling you now, you will not use our black and brown and indigenous children as part of your Tuskegee experiment. And as far as your fame concerned for the welfare of our children goes, you can save your crocodile tears for someone else. Maybe for people who have not been historically subjected to mass genocide by biological warfare or systematic dehumanization via forced medical experimentation. And finally, look, it's simple. The ASD can recover funds from loss from a bad fiscal year, and kids can even recover from a bad academic year. But nobody, and I mean nobody, can recover from death. Thank you for your time.
All right, folks, we have a lot to get through today, so I am going to be pretty harsh on the timer, and it is not against the person. It's to keep the agenda moving. Next up, speaker number 2, Rihanna Gay. Rihanna, are you with us tonight? Rihanna, if you're there, if you can unmute, I believe it is *6. All right, we will circle back around to speaker number 2. Next, Rihanna, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Greetings, school board. This is Rihanna again coming to you. I want to thank all board members for their efforts of what they do for myself as an educator, our students, and community. Let me tell you about my district. Our Anchorage school district. Foundational model is educating all students for success in life. Life right now looks different from our past. Believing that consistency is important is key. My district stands up for what is right. My district uses data to make informed decisions. My district keeps its students and employees safe. My district cares for the community. Uses and follows research-based practices to have success in all areas. My district takes student learning seriously. My district takes me seriously. My district provides me with great technology. Shout out to our IT department who is fantastic. My district follows the science and listens to experienced sound doctors. My district cares for me. They will not put their highly qualified educators in jeopardy of a hazardous working environment. My district provides me with the tools to teach from a safe environment, and I have had success online. Last week, we celebrated Red Ribbon Week, in which we shared about drug safety and taking a pledge to be drug-free. Students forward, red, had silly hair, etc., to further drive home the message to be drug-free and safe. Last week, my students learned to use sight words, all online. My district believes that data must drive my instructions and that we follow the data and do what it tells us to do. My district believes in keeping nearly 50,000 students safe. My district believes, or should believe, that all students and staff can get tested and will require a life to get tested as needed. My district cares for us and will do the right thing. Thank you, school board.
Thank you. Next up, speaker number 3, Tanya Reed. Tanya, are you with us this evening?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you, Member Holman, for your motion. On Wednesday, October 2018, 2020, at 1:43 p.m. Alaska Standard Time, less than a week ago, not 9 days ago, the municipality of Anchorage issued a public health advisory. That advisory stated concern that with the current rate of transmission, it would risk exceeding Anchorage's public health and hospital capacity. It's important to remember every case is an actual person, a mother, a father, a grandparent, a neighbor, a friend, or a child. And if we continue on this path, our local hospitals would soon exceed their capacity, meaning that there would not be a bed for you or your loved ones when they need it due to COVID or something else. This statement is not a joke. In July of this year, I thought I had the flu, and 3 days after I first fell sick, I was rushed to Alaska Regional Hospital with a heart rate of 15 beats per minute because a virus actually disrupted my heart's electrical system. Now I rely on a pacemaker to do what my heart cannot for the remainder of my life. I am 40 years old. The Anchorage Department of Health Director, Heather Harris, said it best when she stated, "We all must take immediate action to slow the spread of COVID. After 8 months, we recognize some people may have let their guard down or don't believe that it's still a serious threat. But we are on a dangerous path, and the solution is simple. Wear a mask and keep your distance from people outside your household. We will be able to enjoy the lives we once knew again, but for now, we must all continue to be united, resilient, and look out for health and safety of our neighbors." The advisory gave specific instructions. Stay home, except to get food, go to work, or recreate outdoors. Protect your friends and families by avoiding gatherings, especially indoors, stating explicitly that gatherings are not safe and to protect the vulnerable. I feel it's unfortunate that the people who are responsible for educating our youth seem so uneducated in their decisions. The last sentence in the email sent out to parents on Sunday, October 31st, speaks volumes to what the district finds important. It closes with, "It is the foundation for continuing to build a robust economy in the municipality of Anchorage," which shows that the district puts children's safety under money, that money is more important. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is speaker number 4, Erica Kelsey. Erica, are you with us tonight?
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
This is Erica Kelsey again, your biweekly voice for ELL students. Today, you'll meet the eldest of the 3 siblings I mentor. He's the closest to completing high school or not. William is a kind-hearted 16-year-old. In his Facebook profile picture, his arms are draped lovingly around his baby sister. His mom, still in their home country, refers to him alternately as mi tesoro, my treasure, and mi principe, my prince. Last summer, he was giddy over mowing my lawn, a classic American chore. He was thrilled to get braces. In his country, fake braces are a fashion statement, an indicator of affluence. He loves baseball and wants to be an engineer and a coach. Last spring, William was caught cheating for the third time. I'm told this is common for ELL students who are often unprepared for academics and under extreme pressure. His teacher said he was on the low end of their aptitude range and struggling even with a modified curriculum. I saw that he had no study habits. I couldn't get him into a study skills course reserved for special education. I enrolled him in a peer faculty mentoring program but got no response to several follow-ups. The ELL office helped me understand his test scores. I learned that his proficiency in English should go up each year by 1 point, and that his had gone down. There was no plan to help him catch up to his peers. His teacher told me he would be okay because he's a nice kid. His guidance counselor recommended technical education. The ELL office found a community volunteer to tutor William. She worked with him through the summer, took him fishing, and got him engaged in his own community service work. His speaking ability and confidence have improved dramatically. After failing his driving permit test 3 times, he was tempted to have a bilingual friend help him, but last week he passed on his own. Here are my conclusions. 1, every ELL student needs an advocate who will track their performance, address learning gaps, and communicate their needs as they move to the next grade level or school. Invite community members and leverage existing community organizations. This is too much to ask of teachers and counselors. Also, they're not doing it. Number 2, families need to understand how far behind their kids are academically and how their progress aligns toward future goals. ELL classes are not college prep, and transitioning out of them requires a lot of initiative. Technical education is a great choice, but not a default. There is more to understand than pass or fail and A's or B's. Number 3, some formal grammar lessons are essential and missing from the curriculum. William's teacher told me that reading comes first, then comprehension. In looking over test scores, the ELL office assured me that writing always comes last. I learned 2 foreign languages as an adult, so I am certain that this is a function of the way students are taught, not a reflection of how they learn. Give them all the building blocks and watch them progress in all 3 metrics. Number 4, talk to families person to person in their own language. No automation, no email or text or classroom app. How many eligible ELL students are getting school lunch right now? How many ELL families showed up to parent-teacher conferences? How many ELL kids have unexcused absences and missing assignments? Importantly, what are we doing about it? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up is speaker number 5, Allie Moe. Allie, are you with us tonight? Allie, one more time, *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Thank you so much. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to advocate for children and for their access to in-person learning in public and not just private schools. Over the past 5 years, including most of this summer and fall, I've worked as an outpatient pediatric nurse, managing the healthcare needs of local kids and working with their families. I know the benefits of in-person learning for children. I've watched young kids with developmental delays, sometimes growth and medical issues, that once we get them into preschool, everything turns around. They graduate from therapy, their growth takes off, their parents feel confident. The early years are so precious and short. A child's development does not pause for a year, waiting for a pandemic to end. This year, I've talked to sobbing parents and coordinated care for children with increasing behavioral and health challenges. There are many I worry about more that we're not hearing from. If I thought keeping kids out of school was actually protecting them, or even the community, I would have a different testimony right now. However, the evidence just isn't there. Most of the transmissions I've dealt with occurred in informal settings where people thought they were safe and there were no mitigation measures in place. Children are not just sitting at home right now in safe little bubbles. I hate to break it to you. I've seen an outbreak in a learning pod in which an uncertified teacher spread COVID house to house before anyone realized there was an issue.
I've seen kids get COVID-19 from extended family members as families have used these networks for childcare in the absence of schools. Schools can and should be the lowest risk place in our community for children to be. I know COVID-19 is serious and I trust health experts. What I don't trust is a social media petition being signed and shared by several of my acquaintances, none of whom work in healthcare or have young kids or even work with kids. I trust Dr. Zink when she says that there can be a mitigation role for public schools because I've seen it myself. I trust health officials in the Mat-Su who said this week that their schools don't appear to be a source of transmission in their current outbreak. I trust ASD's proven mitigation measures. 2 months with zero confirmed transmissions between thousands of children in sports and reading. Why have we waited this long? We cannot afford to delay longer. I realize there are logistical challenges, particularly with older students, but there is growing evidence that it is possible, even in the setting of high community transmission. If doing what is necessary means getting help from other community stakeholders, then you need to do it. The UN last week stated that school closures during this pandemic are a generational catastrophe. The lack of leadership on reopening our schools may start at the top, but it ends at the bottom. And if our local leaders can't work together to find a way to do this, then they are also complicit in failing Anchorage's public school children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in person, I have Allison Arians.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we sure can.
Great. Thank you.
You can come to the podium and you should see the timer in the front. We have a screen right here in the front. Hopefully it's on and it'll, you'll see it's on the bottom. When it comes up, you'll see the 3 minutes will start counting down. You'll see the yellow and that should be a good,
super
wrap up for you.
So, my name is Allison Arians and Lisa Toussaint will finish the rest of the letter. So we're doing this together. So we'll just go right in a row.
Yep.
Okay, Lisa and I are neighbors and our daughters attend Service High online. Thanks so much for the opportunity to address you. At a recent school board meeting, Superintendent Bishop announced her intent to return high school students to the classroom in January, despite rising COVID numbers, stating that the mission of our school district is to prepare our students for success, and we are not meeting that mission. We disagree with her message and back to the classroom plan for high schoolers. For our daughters, distance learning is not the colossal failure the superintendent suggests, thanks to the Herculean efforts of high school teachers. Rather than sending high schoolers back to class with rising case numbers, which we believe would be unnecessary and reckless, we suggest staying the course. Only if case numbers drop below the red zone in the original ASD risk decision matrix from July should we consider a return to in-person school. For reference, to fall below the red zone, a 14-day rolling average would need to be fewer than 29 cases in the Muni. Today, the rolling average is 168 and rising. Here's what we've observed since the beginning of the school year. Teams of teachers worked through the summer to adapt to a quarter system online. They not only had to figure out how to deliver the material over Canvas and Zoom, but also how to offer it in half the time. They rose to the occasion, prepared from day one. Teachers have demonstrated remarkable ingenuity and dedication. Is Canvas perfect? Far from it. But are teachers making the best of it? Absolutely. Classroom instruction isn't easy on Zoom, but teachers are managing well and making tremendous strides. Here's some of the extra things they're doing. They're offering office hours and study sessions outside of class, including on the weekends. They're communicating with parents. They're developing math enrichment to keep students fresh between quarters, and they've devised a free tutoring program. And many of them are teaching while caring for their own children. Imagine teaching pre-calculus from home while managing an active 9 and 10-year-old. Not something for the weak of spirit, but this sort of thing is happening every day. Teachers have been clear. Students need to be in class on time. If they don't show up, they're unlikely to be successful. But the opportunities to succeed are available to kids willing to hold up their end of the educational bargain. Those who do so are learning that they are perfectly capable, far more so than their parents, of using Zoom and other online tools. They listen to and take notes on lectures, participate in group activities, watch instructive materials, write outlines and essays, struggle through daily problem sets, take quizzes and tests, and learn the material. They're becoming more independent, resilient, and resourceful, a silver lining during these difficult times. Teachers are improving with each passing week. They're using tools and techniques we never thought possible 6 months ago, with many reporting their intent to continue some of these practices even after returning to school in person. We have every reason to believe that online school will continue to improve.
Thank you. And next up, Lisa Toussaint. And you have 3 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Given the progress of online learning while COVID numbers dramatically rise, the superintendent's plan to return high schoolers to school in January is risky and unnecessary. The science is clear. The virus thrives in densely populated indoor spaces with poor ventilation, the very environment found in every public school in Anchorage. We are concerned that ASD's mitigation measures are inadequate. The superintendent stated at a recent school board meeting that the district's experience with fall sports has proven that its mitigation measures are effective. We caution against extrapolating this small data set to reach wholesale conclusions. Fall sports were conducted primarily outdoors, where small numbers of participants were able to socially distance. That environment is significantly different from crowded indoor classrooms housing more than 12,000 teenagers with a virus that exponentially spreads. Opening schools would clearly put students, teachers, and their families at risk. Further, tremendous disruption would result as schools are forced to open and shut as outbreaks occur. Just look at the Matsu and Kenai schools. This would be bad for students who need consistency. It is well established that variability and uncertainty are correlated with higher stress, anxiety, and confusion. Stress is already high in the community. Imagine what it would be like with chaotic transitions when schools are shut down. If students are forced to quarantine, they'd end up at home anyway. But without the option of the online schooling they become accustomed to. If teachers are forced to quarantine, substitutes would need to be available to step in for at least 14 days. Does ASD have sufficient qualified substitute teachers to meet this need? We also question whether the district is prepared to deal with the potentially catastrophic consequences of teachers deciding not to return to work. ADN recently reported that 80% of the more than 2,000 respondents in a survey of the Anchorage Teachers Union advised that they're afraid to return to class in person, and nearly 25% of those who are afraid may not go back to school. We shudder to think of what would happen to class sizes if teachers don't return. One of our daughters is already in a biology class with nearly 40 students. Would that number jump to 50 or 60? How could social distancing be achieved with so many students in a class? How could this scenario possibly be construed as achieving ASD's mission of preparing students for success? We recognize that there is no perfect solution for how best to educate our high schoolers during these dangerous and uncertain times, but there is a good one. Continue the online teaching and learning that's already working reasonably well and improving every day. We should let our teachers and students build on the successes they've achieved online. Switching to in-person in January would do a disservice to our teachers who have worked so hard to pivot to online learning and to our students who are adapting to these new methods. Sending kids to school with high COVID numbers is too great a risk for our teachers, students, families, and community. The only prudent and responsible choice for our high schoolers is to stay the course with online learning.
Thank you. Next up, we have speaker number 8, Meredith Schwartz. Meredith, are you with us tonight?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we sure can. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, ASD board members. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Meredith Schwartz, and I'm a sophomore at Service High School. I'm reading this letter on behalf of at least one student from each ASD high school in Anchorage. Marley Ireland from East High School, Ava Earl from South High School, Maddie Reckmeyer for Service High School, Nina Hancock, also from Service High School, Natalie Head from West High School, Emily Erickson from Diamond High School, and Lucy Atkinson from Bartlett High School have all helped write this letter, and their concerns are shared by many other students at their respective schools. As student athletes, we have had very successful and productive first quarters online, thanks to our dedicated and innovative teachers. We're speaking today to ask the superintendent to keep Anchorage high schools as they are currently, online, safe, and working well. Of course, we would prefer to go back to school if COVID-19 were no longer a serious threat, and we miss in-person interaction with peers and teachers. just like all students do. However, safety is our first priority as students, athletes, daughters, and community members. Although online school is not preferable, we feel that our teachers are making the best of this situation, and we are learning the curriculum. Online school isn't as fun, rewarding, or exciting as in-person school, but it is getting the job done during the times when we need it most. Our teachers are working hard to ensure that students are learning, and we believe that any student who attempts to learn can be successful online. We signed up for classes taught by our high school's teachers with the expectation that we would return to school only if COVID-19 numbers allowed a safe school environment, which meant a 14-day rolling average of less than 29 new cases. Currently, our 2-week average is 168. Putting students back into schools at this high risk level is irresponsible. We were also told that when school returned in person, students would return using a model that had students alternating between online and in-person school during the week. This is no longer the plan. Students and teachers are functioning safely and effectively in the current online situation. Why should we risk the health of ourselves, our families, and our entire community by going back to school? We are lucky to be supported by our families and have opportunities to compete in sports. We understand that not all students have these same advantages, including adequate internet connections, transportation to athletic practices, and other supports. But instead of putting all students at greater risk by returning to school, we can come together as a school community to get resources to those who need them. These are not normal times. Returning students and teachers to a normal classroom setting is irresponsible for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in person, Corey Aist. All right, and Corey, you have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Well, I was trying to welcome you all with a smile, but you can't see my smile, but it's here. I first want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to second the military advisor or representative and do a shout out to Aurora and all the other schools and staff who are providing services to students dealing with exposures and potential quarantines the whole time. Thank you for doing that hard work. I came here prepared to talk about numbers, but you already know the numbers. You're watching like we all are. I came here prepared to talk about the developmental inappropriateness of our school sites right now and the classrooms and sitting for long periods of time, trying to physically distance kindergartners. I taught kindergarten for 5 years. It boggles my mind. I know you had the opportunity to visit Huffman, and I appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and share over the next week some pictures I'm receiving of other schools and some of the challenges they're having in trying to meet the mitigation needs and protocols that have been written up in the safety plans. I'll go ahead and share those with you as they're being shared with me. We are in a pickle. I agree. This is really challenging. We're getting mixed messages from our health professionals. We really are. Dr. Chandler stated last week, no gatherings are safe. Period. That was it. There was no clause for schools, for classrooms, bus rides, eating lunch together at a table or in our rooms. None of that. No gatherings are safe. Dr. Zink last week said, please avoid all activities with people outside your immediate household, especially all indoor activities. Yeah, speaks for itself. We have major hurdles on how we got here, and we have major issues to overcome. There's very little trust. Trustworthy is way down, not among staff only. I mean, listen, it is amazing. But it's the community as well. We're all getting the emails. Even I am participating. There's very little confidence that this is going to be successful. And I'm not just talking about the mitigation factors. I'm talking about the achievement, the success of our students. Trying to teach these young guys how to read when they have to wear masks and I have to wear a mask, when I can't sit there and point to words in the book. It's just the Matsu and the Kenai are shutting down. And when I talk to those teachers, they're not getting the results that they want. It's a fool's errand. I'm really concerned where this is going, and I'm really concerned where we're going to be in the next 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is speaker number 10, Marley Ireland. Marley, are you with us tonight?
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Hello, ASD board members. I am Marley Ireland, and I go to East High School. I am testifying against going back to school in person in January, as it will put students and our community at risk. Online school is not my favorite, but it allows me to learn my material in a safe environment. The case numbers have significantly changed since the return to school plan in January was made, and so this plan should change as well. In addition to the original writers of this letter, many other students around ASD feel the same way about returning to school. Meredith Schwartz from Service created a petition for high schoolers to sign who think ASD's high school classes should be kept online to reduce the spread of COVID-19. In just 3 days, just under 200 people have signed this petition. More students have continued to sign it every single day. By returning schools to a classroom environment, you are ignoring the concerns of many students across the school district and putting them at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the queue, I have speaker number 11, Paige Coatney. Paige, I don't have you listed. However, I have a phone number ending in 559. Is this Paige? And you can hit *6 to unmute.
Hello, my name is Paige Coatney, and I live in Airport Heights. ASD states it is basing their back-to-school plan on CDC recommendations, but it does not appear to be doing so as Alaska's in the red. On October 10th, Dr. Zink spoke at the District 19th virtual town hall. There she stated that in 14 days, if no interventions or change of behaviors occurred, Alaska would hit or exceed 500 cases in a day. And on October 24th, we did just that. This should tell ASD two things. The science of tracking and predicting COVID is sound, and local and state governments need to enact and enforce interventions. This would also include ASD. So if you want the schools to open safely, you need to respond to the data, have clear stated metrics to follow, and be willing to implement rules for staff and students to follow to minimize spread and the flexibility to respond when COVID numbers change. So ASD should work with the Muni Health Department and Alaska Department of Public Health to create a tangible plan of return with firm thresholds of cases, transmission rates, and bed availability to determine when and how students should return. ASD needs to make a tangible plan with clear expectations of staff and students and clear steps ASD will implement to minimize health risk. And what would a plan and implementation look like? So, for example, ASD and health officials would create and inform the community of their plan that included actions taken if Anchorage numbers, say, increase from code green to code yellow. So schools could be reduced from 5 days a week to 3 days a week in person. Staff, students, and families would know a change would be coming based on the COVID dashboard and be able to plan ahead, and planning helps reduce stress brought on by change. So ASD needs to explain to students and their families that these expectations and actions that will be implemented are for the community's well-being and will be adhered to in order to minimize a viral spread. ASD can't be like the governor and only encourage people to do all the actions that CDC lists that are necessary in lowering the risk while opening schools. So I'm not opposed to schools opening. I am opposed to them opening without a well thought out assessment and implementation plan based on consistent and reliable epidemiology data provided by the CDC and our health department. So please collaborate with the Muni and health officials to create a thorough plan of return and reach out to the community and stakeholders and explaining to them that without the community support and willingness to take action to get cases and transmission numbers down, schools cannot open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, in person, we have Tony Bickert. Thank you for joining us, and you have 3 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Our kids need us. I've been hearing that sentence a lot lately from a lot of people. And who could argue with it? Our kids need us. But to me, it's not a sentence. It's a fragment. It's the front end of a sentence. I can argue with that. My name is Tony Bickert. I teach at Whaley School, the state's the district's special education day school. I'm in my 10th year there and I love it. We have about 75 kids and they range in age from 11 to 22. And I've known some of them for that long. According to the district's early return plan, they're coming back less than 2 weeks from now. Instead of on January 4th, when all other same age kids that age are coming back. Yeah, our kids need us. They need us to tell you who they are. Whaley students are challenged by severe emotional and behavioral disorders, FASD, ODD, PTSD. These emotions come out as aggression when they're triggered by a lack of stability and predictability in their learning environment. Hey, that's why we're at Whaley. That's why they're at Whaley. We got this, usually. Not if you bring them back this early. Here's the reasons. You know, we know that cases are raging right now. Just the idea of returning these students to us under this threat has all of our staff stressed. I have a letter signed by 44 of our staff. That's 2/3 of the building. We're not in support of this for our kids. It's bad news. We know this. We know our kids. We're Whaley. And here I am, you know. I don't want to be here. Why do I have to be here? Why weren't you guys listening? Why didn't you ask us? These people had the courage to sign their names here. It takes a lot of courage. You know, I'm not here with all this bad news. We all know why it's bad for our kids to return right now.
Yeah.
What do I got?
Time up.
Time up?
It is. Yes.
Our kids need us.
Thank you. Next up is speaker number 13, Erica Jones. Erica, are you with us tonight?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
So today I'm here to testify about the trust and communication between the superintendent, Board of Education, and school staff in relation to schools opening. At the last school board meeting, it was brought up that you don't understand why teachers don't trust the district and why they think there's a lack of communication. I'm here to tell you why I have very little trust and faith and why I do not feel that there is communication. Let's start with communication, as that is the basis of trust. The most recent example is the email that was sent out on Sunday, November 1st. This email was sent to staff a whole 15 minutes before it was sent to parents. I'm sorry, but this is not communicating with us prior to letting the public know. This email also stated...
State your
what?
point.
Sorry?
Thank you. Just a my point is that our board policy prohibits charges or complaints against any employee of the school board, including the superintendent, regardless of whether or not the employee is identified by name or another reference which tends to identify. We have a process for complaints against employees, whether it's principals, teachers, or superintendents.
I'm not complaining against the superintendent or anything that she's done. I'm pointing out a fact that.
Ma'am, I do believe this is more in reference to timing. I don't believe this was.
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and the timer is going to restart and continue at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Please go ahead.
Thank you. This email also stated that there's now another option for parents to choose from, yet this email was the first that any teacher has heard of this new option, and it came after many parents had already filled out the return to school surveys. The communication about school reopening in person, I read that email 13 minutes after the one to parents was sent out. A family's teacher is the first contact whenever they have questions. If we don't know what's going on far enough in advance for us to ask clarifying questions, how are we supposed to answer questions from parents? These are not isolated incidents. They are the most recent in a long string. Now, about trust. You all say to trust the district, to trust that the PPE is there, that there is a plan. How am I to trust when I am told that sneeze guards will be provided to put between students? Yet you leave that up to principals to accomplish and to pay for with individual school funds. And then only after schools have paid for their own teacher-built ones are we told that they're on order. Our return matrix seems to be just something to look at. Many teachers did not receive specific written guidance as to how to take attendance until recently. Attendance was also hugely affected by many families not getting the devices or internet for almost the first quarter. Where are the subs? There are none in my building. Where are the plans for when kids are quarantined, but the whole class is not? Where are the plans for if a teacher has to quarantine, but the class does not? We're told this is all being worked on. Shouldn't these have been figured out long ago? It was told that we're not guinea pigs. Yet the question was refused to answer when the older kids are coming back without having the exact data and understanding of the first phase. It's waiting to see how the younger kids returning will work before having the older students return. That's the meaning of a guinea pig. It was stated that you could not have any teacher teach both online and in person at the same time. Yet that's exactly what preschool and special education are being required to do. It was stated that elementary schools will be at only 50% capacity, indicating that we can utilize the spaces to spread out. How are we supposed to spread out? Even if attached or if they have a door between them. These other rooms are occupied by teachers teaching their own Zoom lessons. I averaged the number of students in 26 K-second classrooms. And on average, there's 20 students in each classroom coming back. So much for fewer students. These classrooms will have a maximum of 2 to 3 feet between students. Several with no desks in the classroom and children sitting on the floor in order to maximize space. The video that you're showing as to how this can be done shows a maximum of 8 kids per class. We could come back if there was 8 kids per class, or if it was even capped at 12 to 14. We wouldn't be as concerned, but this is not reality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, I'm done.
Next up is speaker number 14, Carrie Sharp. Carrie, are you with us tonight?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Anchorage School Board, for all your hard work and dedication to our community. My name is Carrie Sharp. I'm a special ed teacher at Whaley School and an ASD graduate. First, I want to acknowledge that everyone wants to return to school and appreciates the board members' objective guidance during this pandemic regarding ASD's decision-making criteria for the return to in-person learning. Initially, Anchorage and Alaska may have overreacted to the number of COVID-19 cases by doing immediate community shutdowns. Dr. Zink mentioned then that some would say that it was too much and others would say that it was not enough. Now, our numbers are growing. No matter how you shuffle the data, the numbers, they are growing. And it seems that the new district trend is to underreact. This change in direction by the leadership creates a loss of credibility and a loss of general community adherence to COVID-19 mitigation measures. My concern is that we as a school district are taking shortcuts to satisfy our discomfort with COVID-19. This discomfort that many have is pushing people in the business of education into making decisions that they are not qualified qualified to make. This engages an environment of crisis management and liability. What people in the business of education are qualified to do includes educating students with the long-term goal of understanding self-discipline, academic research, and respect for the experts. Right now, our experts are telling us to pump the brakes on planning indoor gatherings and avoid all activities with people outside your immediate household, especially all indoor activities. Dr. Chandler and the representatives of all 3 Anchorage hospitals are also sending the message that we can't get back to activities of public gatherings until we reduce the transmission of COVID-19. When faced with these recommendations that have been made by the experts paid to make these recommendations, it seems that the logical thing to do is to follow their recommendations and the academic research used to make these decisions. It is their job to keep us safe so that we can teach. Please let them do their job. It is the academic community's job to role model self-discipline, impulse control, and civic responsibility for all school-age students. As an educator, as a special educator, it is my recommendation to listen to the experts. We want to return to school when it is safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, in person, I have Kyle Kaiser.
Good evening.
Thank you for joining us tonight. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the school board and Ms. Bishop. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your effort in trying to do what's right for our kids. I am here again to oppose opening our schools. 61,000 plus cases last week. We can't ignore these numbers. We can't ignore the numbers that are happening right here in town. It's not safe, to be blunt. And we all recognize that. I understand the mitigation processes, but just one thing on our list of things to return to school is 2 bottles of Clorox wipes. Well, what happens when we have at the beginning of the pandemic and everybody runs out and buys all the supplies? We're going to have logistical nightmares coming shortly, regardless of what processes and things we're doing now. It's coming. Hysteria is going to hit. It's going to go through the roof. Things are going to fly off the shelves, and it's going to be really hard to maintain, even with the mitigation plans that you have in place that you proposed. So that raises concern. I was happy to hear about the changes to the immersion programs and the ability to opt out and have your kids stay in and come back in when you felt it was safe. So I do appreciate that. But my daughter is going to be in a class with at least 16 other kids. I don't see how you're going to be able to maintain a 6-foot social distancing in these classrooms. It's just not feasible. I mean, everybody in this room is familiar with children and schools, and that's why you're here. Trying to wrangle K through 2 and keep them with these things on at a constant basis is challenging at best. My children do wear masks. I avoid taking them to we don't go to grocery stores. My wife and I alternate who goes when. We do the quarantining. It's something that we take very seriously. And I just think we really need to look at what are we trying to accomplish. I mean, one thing I do remember from when I was in school was a history teacher saying, and I don't remember who said it or the context, but if we don't learn from our history, we're destined to repeat it. Well, the last time we had a big pandemic like this, we didn't learn. We had big parades and then it spiked all over again. Let's not make the same mistakes. We don't want to go back into a complete lockdown. I get the mitigation, but I still don't think that the timing is quite right. I will say that sitting here listening to the testimony, I'm impressed with our high school students. The fact that they've organized themselves and are creating their own voice. I applaud them. I applaud their teachers. I would like to give a shout out to all of my children's teachers. They've done a fantastic job making sure that they understand the material, getting on Zooms with us late at night to cover topics that maybe our kids are struggling with. So I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I do stand completely opposed to reopening the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up on the telephone, I have speaker number 16, Ava Earl. Ava, are you with us tonight?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Ava Earl, and I'm a senior at South High, and I am also here to testify that students and teachers should not return to in-person schools as scheduled. As currently stated, I have a few questions about the district's plan for in-person learning. First, what is the district's plan to keep students separated per the Anchorage Health Department's guidelines for safety, which is currently 6 feet apart? Second, how does the district plan to enforce what students do outside of school? Only a few weeks ago, an Eagle River student hosted a party and was later found to be positive for COVID-19. This incident shows that some students will continue to hold large gatherings despite the noted risk of infection. According to the Anchorage Health Department statement put out on October 28th, gatherings are not safe. This is a direct quote. Every high school student returning to their schools at the same time definitely qualifies as a gathering. That brings me to my third question. How can the ASD administration promote education while simultaneously ignoring the guidelines of a medical agency? Not only does returning to school create a greater chance of infection for students, it endangers teachers who are doing an amazing job preparing and teaching kids online safely. Some students, like my younger sister Hadley, are more at risk than others due to pre-existing health conditions such as diabetes or asthma. By returning all students to school, the district is blatantly ignoring the health concerns of many, putting those students at increased risk of severe, long-lasting illness or fatality due to COVID-19. Are some students more expendable than others? In school, we are taught to create solutions that help everyone, and I expected better from the ASD administration. Your argument for returning students to schools is that doing so will help the mental health of ASD students. Instead of putting students in a high-risk environment, which I can say personally would negatively affect my mental health, perhaps the district could find ways to promote safe and distant social interaction among students without putting them at increased risk. By using my class time on weekdays and my dedicated work time on Wednesdays, I have been able to maintain an A in all 5 of my AP classes. My point here is that while online school is difficult, possibly more so than regular school, it is not impossible and it is necessary. In order to maintain healthy yet safe social connections, I have found ways to socialize responsibly with my friends, like going on walks, runs, and hikes, as well as connecting through social media. I would be lying to say that I'm not lonely, that I haven't broken down because I've missed things being normal. But having grown up in the Anchorage school system, I learned that ignoring things doesn't make them go away. I know that the Anchorage School District wants students to learn and socialize, as do I, but I also know that your priorities must lie with keeping people safe, not denying that we are in the middle of a crisis, for doing so would be denying science. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have speaker number 17 in person, Regina Pierce. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Hi all, my name is Regina Pierce. I'm the West Anchorage High School nurse. I'm also the AEA Nurse Ad Hoc Chairperson. This week, 60 of our 104 school nurses took a survey. It was to give our concerns and comfort levels of where we currently stand. Our mitigation factors are in part 5. Physical distancing, hand hygiene with respiratory etiquette, cleaning and disinfection, contact tracing, and consistent, correct use of masks. Some of these mitigation factors were addressed in our survey. Our mitigation plan states that ASD will be contact tracing. Who will be performing this tracing? Nurses have not been given adequate or any training on how to do this appropriately. There are no roles, no one knows who's performing it, and why and how this is supposed to work. How are we supposed to build a robust contact tracing with the Anchorage Health Department if we have no idea who's doing the training or the tracing? Only 13% of our survey respondents report that they believe it is safe to return to school at this time due to our numbers. Our mitigation plan also is relying on staff wearing masks consistently and appropriately. Per the nurse survey this week, less than 50% of respondents report compliance with their school buildings. We don't have children in the buildings. These are staff members. Less than 50% of our schools have staff members wearing masks appropriately. Nurses were informed last night during a meeting that they will be performing COVID-19 testing. When asked what would happen if a nurse refused to do so for any reason, including medical, the response was that the nurse would have disciplinary action sanctioned against them. Nurses are the sole medical staff in our buildings. With these additional tasks, who is my reinforcement? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have speaker number 18, Maddie Rickmeyer. Maddie, are you with us tonight? Maddie, if you can hear, it's *6 to unmute, I believe.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we sure can. Thank you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Maddie Reckmeyer. I'm a freshman at Service High, and I believe students should not return to in-person school. I would like to add some thoughts to those already presented by Meredith Schwartz from the perspective of a student athlete. COVID-19 exposure will risk our education, and it could also risk our short and long-term health, our training, and our sports seasons. Scientists are learning that kids exposed to COVID may have long-term damage to their cardiovascular systems. This could take years, if ever, to heal. Also, a 2-week quarantine due to COVID could be devastating for a sports season that is only an 8-week session. An entire team could be forced to quarantine, even if only one person got sick. In other words, students who are sick would end up taking opportunities away from those who are not. This would be heartbreaking, especially if it occurs during championships. This is exactly what happened to undefeated cross-country runner Emily Walsh from Eagle River High School this year, who was forced to quarantine and missed the state championship because a teammate became exposed. We understand that the quarantine was necessary, but still upsetting and disappointing. This sort of situation would be magnified if school returns in person, as more kids come into close contact with each other in crowded indoor classrooms for longer periods of time. Greater numbers of kids would end up infected and would bring the virus to their sports teams, causing more athletes to be impacted. Students and teachers who become infected or are exposed to the virus will have no way to successfully learn or teach the curriculum while they recover and/or quarantine if school is back in the classroom setting. What if the school is in person and one student is exposed to COVID-19 and then is sent home to quarantine? We know how hard it is to miss 1 week of school for a sports event. So what would missing 2 weeks be like? And how would the teacher be able to provide instruction to the homebound student? Because students are safer by doing online schooling at home, athletic practices would also be safer if school remains online. That means more kids would be able to participate. This would be especially beneficial to kids doing outdoor sports, which have been proven to be some of the safest and healthiest things for our kids to be doing during this difficult time. And even kids who are not on sports teams can almost always get outside for walks with a friend or two. With the school day ending a little earlier online, there's more daylight for kids to take advantage of these sorts of outdoor opportunities. We're lucky to live in a state with nature in our backyards, and we should use that to our advantage. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, speaker number 19 here in person, Mr. Carol Raskovich.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
So I believe for kids to return on November 16th created a chaos within the chaos. So what's happening now that I have two twins that are in second grade. As we began the school, we were hoping to return to school, but we didn't return to school. So we established processes for our kids, discipline processes so they can perform at home. So we have a schedule set up for them and all these things going on. 2 weeks ago, we heard this news that the kids are coming back November 16th. We were kind of shocked, thinking, what are they thinking? Why was the November 16th date picked? What's the basis for the November 16th date? Now, let's assume the kids starting on, what I'm saying is an issue is largely water under the bridge, but you have basically 23 days learning school from November 16th to December and Christmas. In between, we have holidays and times off. And then what was even more shocking to us that the school will now need 3 days to prepare for kids to come into school, which is, again, you're taking away more time from learning. okay? So from our perspective, we're going to move our kids to the virtual school system, which is not a perfect solution. However, this, what I don't like about it is that, I have to tell my kids that they'll have to adjust to a different system. And again, it needs to be changed. Another thing that I think you should really strongly consider is if you have a suspected kids that are that might have COVID, is to do the testing immediately. You need to advertise that quickly that, hey, school nurse will do the test. COVID, no COVID. We're managing basically anxieties. Okay, I got 57 seconds left. I'm switching the topic. This thing is we've reached a new equilibrium. I think this is a tremendous opportunity to succeed. I'm an immigrant myself. You can hear from my accent. What I don't like is a narrative of failure. If we're all going to think about failure, we'll never succeed, okay? So if I always thought that I'm going to be a failure, I will never succeed in my life, in spite of all the difficult things. Okay, last 20 seconds. I think we have systems that were developed in school. We all have computers. You have a great opportunity to scale up learning. For example, if you wanted to talk to 20,000 kids, you can set them up on the internet, and they all can get connected. And one last thing, I know you're going to cut me off in a second, is please make more tutors available online, even if it means they're outside contractors. That's it. Take care, guys.
Thank you so much. And this will be our last speaker before we transition back to our regular agenda. Speaker number 20 here in person, Vicki Price. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Vicki Price, and I'm a high school life skills teacher at Whaley School. I have students with both cognitive and behavioral disabilities. Many have autism. For them, routine, consistency, and predictability are the foundation of a successful learning environment. That is what SPED teachers do. Routine, consistency, and predictability provide security for our students. They know when we are going to read our monthly chapter book and weekly news stories. They know what days they're going to see their adaptive PE teacher. They can run the class themselves because we have set them up for success. Since March, in our COVID-safe Zoom classes, we have developed and maintained routine, consistency, and predictability because we have done it in the past in the regular classroom. We are not failing our students. I invite the superintendent, school board, to please come join us in our life skills classes on Zoom. Students are engaged academically and are able to practice their social and behavioral skills. We meet twice a day and attendance is about 95%. Now you would have us disrupt this successful learning environment and lead our students back into the building during a pandemic and just 8 days before the holiday breaks start. How are we going to maintain predictability under certainly changing and unproven COVID mitigation efforts? Where is the consistency if students, teachers, TAs, ICs are out on quarantine or COVID leave? We are Whaley. Of course we want our students back in the building. That is not the point. The point is this rush to open Whaley early only serves to add risk, and for no good reason. Our kids cannot progress in an unstable learning environment, but they can regress. The solution is wait until January when other older students are expected to return. Hopefully it will be safe enough then. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, so it's our first 20 public speakers. We have a total of 35 on the list tonight, so we will get to the rest of them at our second public testimony. Just want to remind members of the public and those that are listening in that we also attach our written public testimony when requested to our agenda, and currently there is 15 letters attached that everybody can go out and read. I do want to go on now in our agenda to the superintendent update. I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Bishop, but just to give a mind's eye to board members and the public, after this, we will do a maybe a 5-minute comfort break so we can get up and walk, and then we'll resume our agenda after that. But at this time, I will hand it over to Dr. Bishop.
Thank you, Madam President. And for today's update, I want to share something good. Please know that Alaska Native American Indian Heritage Month is now, and it's occurring. And I want to share that with you, as well as, what we've been delivering every meeting is just some updates in regard to the work that's occurring in our schools. So to start, Alaska Native American Indian Heritage Month in ASD, we have, as you know, the board's made a decision to really, at the board meeting, celebrate and share the good things that we're doing in regard to the different efforts that we've previously written proclamations for and things like that, but to really celebrate how are we really engaging with children and our families in regard to these events. So outside of today, of course, today was election day, and I participated in wearing my red, white, and blue. But now let's remember all the Tuesdays in November, we'd like for you to join us in Native regalia. So we would like to support our favorite item of traditional regalia and then post on our social media ASD Traditional Tuesdays. And so that's pretty fun, and that's organized by our Indian education. So we'll have lots of fun with that. Family storytelling nights are going to occur, and you just need to join the Facebook page. And really, we're going to join together families in our community for a cultural night of storytelling on Wednesday the 4th, as well as the 18th. And that's some celebrations that we're doing in because of the pandemic, to just look at them a little differently. And then finally, we've heard this before, but we will have a district-wide Rock Your Mocks Day. Rock Your Mocks Day is November 20th, so that we can remember the 2020. Keep that in your mind, that if you could rock your mocks that day, and we'll take pictures and forward them on our social media. And so we're looking forward to this, always looking at a different way to continue our traditions, given the situation we're in. So I want to thank our Indian education. And also, we're bringing light to our teachers and sharing information about the American Indians and children's literature, and really encouraging that the books and materials we use encourage us to read about American Indians throughout this month. So our curriculum department is also forwarding this information in conjunction with our Indian education. And so I just want to, I have lots of guests to assist me in supporting the updates in regard to moving back into school. And whether it's through email or in public testimony by young and those of us that are older alike, through the board, many different professions, from parents to kids to doctors, have sent the board information and weighed in. And from the evidence, you can see that this is really affecting us all differently. We are, in some cases, just like our data shared, finding successes in some areas, and then other areas not, and finding some real tragedies, as one member shared, as well as just some difficulties. It's just darn difficult to work through what's happening. And I wanted to share that some of the comments, really, I'd like to reground in the movement of training. And today was a large training day. We visited a school, and want to let you know that in regard to a new program, because that came loud and clear, ASD is trying to adjust to our families' needs. And it's not just likened to our district and our feedback, but we can liken this to across the country in meetings that we're in. More than ever, teachers are working more hours, trying to support families, doing incredible work of engaging kids, keeping online, doing all that they can. Yet we're not finding the outcomes related to that work. Yet we're getting the feedback that we're not. So when I've shared about failure, this isn't a failure on our part of doing our jobs and trying. And I want to apologize to educators, to parents and the like, that if we're feeling that we're calling people failures, what we're doing is the satisfaction is the lowest level that it has been in my career in regard to meeting the needs of all students. And again, I personally have a child that most likely, well, she does. She succeeds in online learning, and I have one that doesn't. And so again, even with our own families, we can find differences in the supports. But by no means is it a reflection of effort or knowledge or willingness. It's just difficult to meet all students' needs out there. In regard to the Anchorage Education Association, I do want to say that I want to clarify that when we say AEA isn't involved and teachers involved, I think we need to clarify that teachers are involved in these plans and encouraged to do so that teachers have an understanding and that trust that what they're sharing about what they want to see in their classrooms gets done. ASD has had many things on order from day one. It's the difference between a large organization ordering PPE or plastic dividers to this classroom wanting a certain thing and something else. We learned through the PPE, we have, 10 to 15 different kinds of masks simply as a response to our staff's desire in the type of mask they want, because they've shared with us and they've told us. There's this idea that everybody should have the same thing and we need to standardize things or else we're not getting done because then we have to do it by school. And really the intention was to hear from people and meet each school's needs, because they are looking at it differently according to their context about their class sizes, the shapes of their classroom, and specifically where their educators are in the process of even just dealing with the pandemic personally in their family and the like. And so what I would continue to encourage it to be by employee and talk with our people and talk and work it out and lead through this and understand. And so one size is not going to fit all. And I think we want to say, pay attention to this and pay attention to that. Lots of quotes from doctors. Recently today, Anchorage Health Department, Dr. Zing, Dr. McLaughlin, Dr. Coleman, or Cutchins, all in conversations with us every day about following our plan. And we want everyone to know that we are presently following Anchorage mandates. We would not have a plan that was against the law, if you will. The mandates that are out now, as you can tell, and even last week, I watched, just like everyone else, discussions of wearing masks, discussions of spacing, discussions of gatherings. And the idea that schools are like these other gatherings without the mitigation, I think we need to clarify those things. And this evening, through talking through some of those plans and sharing the PPE and the planning of principles, I hope to do so. And similar in my letter, by stating, can we eliminate all risk? I don't think there's anywhere in our country or possible world that's eliminating all risks due to COVID. We're mitigating those risks according to the CDC, using our plans and understanding, yes, the understanding of the case counts and understanding all those other decision-making factors. I wish it could be one number that we said was a no-go-go. When I asked the health department in Anchorage, what is your number for a no-go-go when you do an emergency order? They said to me, it's not one number. It's multiple things that we have to consider. And we agreed that we understood each other then. What we want to have happen is that parents do have a choice. And providing that choice, we've altered what they've shared through the survey is that some just want to wait and see and then continue what they're doing. So to include AEA, and maybe not all members knew, but certainly teachers were involved in, hey, what would this look like if we had cameras or if we could have Canvas while people were at home, but they don't want to go to virtual. So we took that back to the union, took it back to the people who are involved to be able to give decisions and help those. And so I would hope that the criticisms that are coming of the district, especially from AEA, that we continue to communicate what's really happening, because teachers themselves are involved in these features. And in regard to, doctors have shared that the things that we need to take care of in other health-wise, if COVID cases, they are increasing in our hospitals. So other things aren't taken care of. For our youth, what we found out through emergency room this week in a letter was that those other tragedies, not COVID, for children are occurring. Those difficulties with diabetes because the services that schools offer aren't in play. And so again, I just want to share with the board and the community, we want people to make the decision for where they are. And I feel for the gentleman who just shared another change in a schedule, I think that change is probably something that's more constant going to happen during this pandemic because we're adjusting to the needs of people. But that understanding that I am thrilled that virtual learning is working for some people. Those that aren't, we continue to troubleshoot. I am thrilled that online classes are working for some kids. That is excellent. And I want to continue that and allow those children to continue it. But for those others that are reaching out for the exact opposite, what we're doing is looking for solutions. And the board has teachers reaching out to you saying, let me go back to my classroom, as well as teachers who are reaching out saying, I don't want to go back to my classroom. I want to stay here. There isn't one perfect answer. And so as we continue to work through all the issues that are presented before us, we're giving an update and letting the board know that it is a complex issue. It's not one that was ever solved before. And it is one, when we talk about complex issues, we talk about them being more in a triangle than just a cause and effect. Because the complexity of it is if we change this over here, that changes this, and then these folks have to get an adjustment. But if we take care of these, then this is adjusted. And again, we're working to mitigate those issues, serve our children. That's paramount to us. And our families are sharing differences, and our teachers are experiencing differences. And we are working through those as we move education forward. With that, Dr. Stock, can you please share the specific information in regard to your work this week? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bishop. And I would start with that exact follow-up statement that there's probably no one best decision that's best for every family. And we've gotten plenty of testimony, at least privately, from families telling us it's not even any one best decision for each child in my family. That some of these programs are working great for one child, not as well for another. And so there's probably no one best option best for every family. And we also know that there's no one best decision for every employee, and that we're all personally looking through our own lives and backgrounds to do what's best for each of us. And so with that in mind, one of the things our principals really wanted us to do is to really get a handle if we could find any way of finding out what our parents thought. And so I'm going to share with you the ASD Back to School survey. And this survey was primarily given to pre-K and 2 families and some schools that have other grade levels returning. Next slide, please. And so there was about 9,000, almost 10,000 families that this went out to, and our return rate is over 50%. And I just show this, not that you have to study this graph, I just want to show you how to read it so that when I hit a couple other graphs, you'll see. The green box represents the total number of surveys returned as of this morning. So there were 5,437 families who submitted one for each child in their family. And so that represents 5,437 students. The top number that says 4,770 where the green arrow is, that's how many families are currently in the ASD at school program, which is currently at home and remote using Canvas, but these are folks that are in our regular school program. If you follow the green arrow down, you'll see that the grand total for the future is 4,280. So there's about 500 families who said, I'm in that school now, but when we open, I'm not going to be present physically. My child will not be there. So that's about a 500 student drop. You'll see there's 539 who reported that they are currently in the virtual program, ASD at home. And you'll see that number rises to 742. These are families who say, almost 200, who say, I'm going to switch to the ASD virtual program. Now, interestingly enough, as of yet, those enrollment numbers are not rising. So families have said on the survey they're switching to virtual, but they currently haven't signed up. Maybe they're in that wait and see mode, as Dr. Bishop indicated. And there's one more unusual number there. There were 94 families who picked other as their current program. So maybe they were in PADEA or Family Partnership or some other program. And you'll see that number rising to 338. So next slide. This one gets a little busy, or actually this one is just the narrative. So I've covered the top part, but the other comments, those 338, this is how those broke out. I went through and looked at all the text boxes that families could fill out. And there were 169 that picked other as their future place, but didn't leave any comment. So we don't know what that means. There were 64 who clicked other and said, I am undecided, unknown, I do not know what I'm going to do, or some version of that. There were a little over 100 who left some version of, I want to keep doing what I'm doing now, or I want to keep my current homeroom teacher. I don't want to physically show up, but I also don't want to switch to virtual, and I don't want to go to an outside district. I just want to stay in my room but not show up and do something that looks like carrying on. So there were about 100 of those. Next slide. This gets a little busy, so I don't want you to focus too much on the numbers. The reason I put this in here is there are 3 groups of data. The first one is all the data in the district. The second one is just our non-Title schools. And the last box is our Title I schools. And I'm only going to point out a couple of numbers here. But in the middle group of numbers, over where it says grand total, you will see 87.7% of our non-Title families say they're currently in the at-school program. If you follow that, what would be the green arrow, it'll say 79.5%. So you will see that's the drop. That's the percentage of families who say that I'm not going to be physically there. You'll see at 9.7 say they're currently in the virtual program, and that rises to 12.9. Now the comparison, if you look at the bottom chart, you'll see 8.9 said they're in the at-school program, and you'll see that drops to 75.6. So the message there, if there is one, is that more of our families in our poor schools are saying, I'm less likely to return than the families from the non-Title I schools. And you'll see the same thing happens with the virtual. 10.6% of our families who are in a current Title I school say they're in a virtual program. That rises to 16.5% who say they plan to switch to the virtual program. So that's how those numbers with regards to our surveys came out. This data has been put into spreadsheets, and every principal can drill down by individual student name and number and could go in and look at every grade level that filled them out and identify which students and which families say they're doing what. Some of our principals are doing follow-up calls to families to try to kind of firm up what their plans are. And you can see that the vast majority of our families are saying they plan to stick with the virtual program. So that's the survey results. In the next section, we're going to turn it over to Jen Petronas, who will talk a little bit about school nurse prep. And when she's done, I'll come back.
Yeah, if this is a good time for a question on this topic, we'll go ahead and.
Do you want it now or later?
Oh, we can do it now. It's up to the board president.
Okay, so my concern, a 50% return rate, that's a good survey return rate, but my concern is, again, like, who are we not hearing from? So for me, that's going to be more of our students at the Title I schools. And I don't know that I have a conclusion out of this without, who returns our surveys? It's always upper middle class. It's me, my peers, right? Like, so I don't know the confidence, I guess, in drawing the conclusion of who's going to show up, who's going to be there on November 16th. I feel like the disparity is going to, like the confusion is going to be more on the Title I side or our low-income students. What are you seeing, I guess?
Thank you. Through the president, to Member Hildy, what I would say there is that's why we broke it down by every single school and grade level. So every principal can look at the patterns and has looked at the patterns for their particular school and grade level, and they know how representative it is. And so that's why they're then following up with phone calls to try to get that representation. We also had a few principals who had already surveyed all their families, felt very comfortable that they knew exactly what their patterns were. And in some cases, there was a couple of places where they turned in their results separately to elementary education, and they may or may not be represented in this particular set. But the directors have all that information and they know. So I think the principals are pretty confident by school that they know. And I'm not personally confident, as far as all 66 elementaries that I know, but I believe they do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any other questions. Oh, nope. I see Member Mitchell has a question. Sorry.
So I have just a quick question, and I know this was not the purpose of the survey, but we did not ask them if they would like to just stay the course and stay with the current virtual program.
No, that was not an option that was presented to them, and there's multiple reasons why. And many of our conversations with AEA and some others in terms of, we differentiated it between what we would call some short-term absences. So we are creating options for some families who are unsure, who want to wait and see. And part of that is because of an anticipation of quarantining and students who may have to be out for periods of time here and there throughout the year based on something going on in their family. We knew we needed a fairly robust short-term absence procedure to keep kids up. So we are working through that, and we will be servicing families who don't show up physically, who have not switched to virtual, and we'll try to keep their assignments going and activities, and there'll be more information coming forth on that. There are teams working on that as we speak. But our preferred option for families who will not return for the year, our preferred option is if they switch to the ASD virtual program, because that's what it's designed for. And they are tweaking that program a little bit, as Dr. Bishop mentioned, to try to serve some of the families who weren't traditionally, homeschool experienced families who would like a little bit more live teaching from the teacher. So they're working on some tweaks to make to the virtual program to try to appeal to those families a little better.
And Member Holloman has his hand raised.
Yes, through the chair, and I'm sorry if I missed this and you presented it, but do you know the percentage of respondents compared to the total number of students in those groups from pre-K to 2?
It was a little over 50%.
Okay.
And that's not just families, that's individual students represented.
Okay. Thank you.
And the work continues, and and calling individual parents and then filling out that survey for them. And we're getting assistance in the greater district to help schools do that.
Thank you. And Board Member Bellamy, you have a question?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Stock, so I'm just trying to figure out, was there anything in the survey that would, maybe in the comment section, where people would have shared any fears? What I hear from our Title I families is that they are afraid to come back because not that they fear us, but most of them, a lot of them have intergenerational families and they don't want to risk. So can a principal get at that in this survey data? Short of
through the president to Member Bellamy, there isn't a specific section on that. There were a few one-off comments, and yes, the principals can see every single comment for their school, so they can go and follow up if they have additional things they want to research. And those comments are by students, so they can find that actual family and that student and contact them. What was prevalent for the most part was that I'm fearful. I don't want to return yet. Numbers are high. I'm not comfortable, but I love my teacher. I like my school. I do not want to switch to another teacher or another school, but I don't want to come. And I would say we have challenges with trying to meet every single person's individual needs, but we're going to do our best to provide short-term options so those families can stay with their program. And we have a vested interest, even if there's families like that, we want them to stay out. That reduces further the footprint in the classroom. So there's no pressure from us to try to, make those families show up. I mean, it actually reduces class size a little further and helps a little bit more, but it isn't a long-term solution either. It's not to stay out of school and to watch videos or to just turn in homework is not a long-term solution for education. So we would hope that eventually they'll feel safe and can return, or they will switch to the virtual where they have the full support.
Right. And Dr. Stock mentioned, watching the videos and what was determined to be able to keep students and parents moving forward is to record a lot of that and keeping pace. And so some of the discussions about pacing, we've kind of moved beyond that because we see the value in keeping my kids with my class. But I did want to show that the virtual side is also moving a little bit. We're going to continue with asynchronous as parents would like, and they can get their lessons as well on video. But a lot of parents on virtual want a daily lesson as well. And so the virtual is getting those daily Zooms. And so kind of the meeting in the middle, those that want to continue to work from home and want daily Zoom lessons, but don't ever want to go back. We've kind of altered the ASD virtual and working with teachers to do those daily lessons. And while they're doing, because they do them any day anyway, to tape them. And then they can offer parents choice. You can watch them while I tape them, or you can watch it later. So we're just trying to figure that out, because part of that was I like the live Zoom every day. I like being able to see a teacher and have the lesson taught, and then also go to the recording of it. So both programs are adjusting just a little bit with what's doable by staff. And then that's when we ask the teachers collectively, okay, if this is the problem, how do we find a solution? So we've been working on both ends. We also, just in a very, very small pilot, teachers that have asked to just have cameras in their rooms, we're working with that, but that's not ubiquitous in the district that teachers are welcoming that. So that's just for those who want to do that. So multiple information pieces that have come from this that we've provided back to problem solve around it. And just wanted to add that, Member Bellamy, to be able to problem solve for those individual things. And again, we're doing our best to find solutions, but they're certainly not solutions that are absolutely, perfect. We're just trying to meet people halfway with the real capabilities of what staff can do in a day.
Thank
you. And Member Marset.
And that was the topic I was going to bring up. Is I know that we have looked at cameras in the classroom, maybe like 25, I don't know, to see how that works. Teachers have requested it so that participants can actually, see what's going on in the classroom. The other question I had is because we are going back to school during holidays, and I know I've asked you this, but I didn't really understand the answer, how vacations will be when people come back from vacations. Should I ask that now or later?
I can share that. Certainly we understand the quarantining for staff. So if it's for staff or student staff, we've put out information in regard to staff. But how we're looking at school and all that is still being discussed by secondary and elementary, and actually a small team. And they haven't, we're gaining information, and health procedures and quarantine times have changed. So we're gathering information about how to move forward with both staff and students, but there hasn't been a determination. People are giving their input right now.
And if I could just make one more comment. I did, and I know each school is different, but I have to tell you, I was impressed by, even I said, what are you doing when kids come in the classroom with all their gear and stuff on? And they pulled out these bags that are going to be at each student's desk, and they take everything off there, put it in the bag. End of the day, they have their bag, it stays at their desk. So it's just even those details that I was very impressed. And those are collaborative results from teachers talking and about, what are our challenges and how are we going to address these. And we can't just do it on our own. It has to be collaborative. And I'm glad to see that's happening.
And Madam President, if I could just bring up an example of that. So this school chose those bags, and one of the caveats they have are their hooks reside outside of a classroom, because, we have 59 elementary schools, and that solution works for that school because they can then have space outside their classroom where those go after they take their things off. Another school, because we've heard about, well, I can't do it and we're having to do it at our school. I mean, this is the serious reason why it has to be problem solved at your own school, because some classrooms have the hooks right in the classroom, right where you're trying to space students out. And so you can't have the cluster of kids the way we normally say, okay, Boots, go here. Teachers have well-established routines and organizations, but now they have to adjust those and rethink through almost every procedure to qualify them with the mitigation techniques. So that's one solution. And, we're going to learn, and we're reading through their plans. There's 10 different solutions for the same problem. And that should be looked at as a success to the success of our schools and the teams and the teachers really looking at, this is what we need in our school to ensure my safety and that kid's safety. So thank you for bringing that up.
All right, I just wanted to take an opportunity. I raised my hand up in the queue. Just ask a quick question. I have 3 kids. They are all older, so I was not privy to seeing the survey that went out by principals. Was there a question, or maybe through the comments, to be able to gain any insight on, is there a concern when it comes to siblings? So if, they have multi-age, families, I'm concerned with sending my one kid because 2 and 3 might not go, or was there anything about that could be understood?
Madam President, I didn't see any of those in the survey. But again, that was only about 170 stated comments out of 5,000. So, but I can tell you that is a question and it is a concern, and we've heard it over and over through emails to the superintendent and to the school board that families are still worrying because, this will, I want my K through 2, but what about 3, 4, 5, and 6? And so those questions do arise. They weren't prevalent in the survey, however.
Okay, thank you. And then Member Mitchell, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I too have been really, really impressed by the ingenuity of teachers, and, they're all trying to make their classrooms as safe as they possibly can. I saw a couple of classrooms that had 6 feet of distancing. I saw quite a few that had around 3 feet. I saw some that had less than 3 feet. but they're all trying to make it work as well as they possibly can, given the students and the size of their classroom. I was just texting with a friend today, and she said that her sister teaches in the Valley, and she got COVID from a student and is homesick. So it is happened. That's one story. I don't know very many people who have sisters in the Valley, or I don't really know too many people who live in the Natsu area, but that is just, the one person I know who has a connection there. I don't think, given the community numbers, that we're going to be able to. I'm just concerned. So, but I have to say, I definitely share the absolute amazement that I have for all of the work people are doing to try to keep it as safe as humanly possible with, conditions that are just not ideal.
And really, thank you for bringing that up. And we are not opening like the Valley did, and we're very, very different, very, very cautious approach. They have pre-K through 12 open in their schools at the capacity. We are really looking at a much smaller class size, much smaller group of students, very measured approach compared to, but where their cases are very different than here. So appreciate you bringing that up.
Not seeing any other hands in the queue, I'd like to turn it back over to Dr. Stock and or further to Jen.
Thank you. We'll move to Jen Paternos, who will talk a little bit about some of the nursing prep.
All right, school nurses have been very busy working to prep for students coming back in the building, and also making sure they're following up with the students at home learning with their chronic illnesses and diseases, making sure that they're getting those follow-ups as necessary, and also trying to bridge the gap for those that can't get those procedures and medications that are normally given by the school nurse, and the nurses are just trying to reach out to those families to bridge that gap. In their preparation, we've made sure to supply all of our school nurses with medical grade PPE so that they're ready to accept students. They also were given brand new equipment, which includes an oxygen monitor so we can monitor their oxygen levels if students come in coughing. They were given brand new thermometers, a brand new infectious disease textbook that includes COVID, and also a big supply of medical equipment and supplies that they would normally receive, or they would normally order themselves at the end of last year. But since there was a shortage on medical supplies, we went ahead and ordered all of those supplies for them, and they've now received them. Our nurse leadership team put together a COVID handbook, which not only has talking points for our nurses to teach staff and students, it also has all the guidance and procedures that nurses need to follow when students do return back into the buildings. And the health services have increased within our buildings. We're really trying to bridge the gap in healthcare inequities in our Title I schools. So Providence has reached out to us, and we're going to do a pilot in 3 schools where Providence residents and general practitioners are going to come in and offer acute and preventive health care to some of our students. We also have the 14 schools that have telemedicine capability from last year, and we're going to continue that. And then the 4 schools with school-based health centers. And then we also have received 2 testing kits, which we will pilot in 2 of our Title I schools, also to bridge that gap in healthcare inequity. Nurses were told to set up an isolation area to separate the sick students from the well students. And this is just an example of one in one of our schools that's been doing the reading tutoring program. And as you see, this one is set up in a big room, and it's very different than others, but it's very well set up. We also came out with this poster for the mask options for students. And the biggest question that we get is face shields for students and staff. And for students, they can wear a face shield in a case-by-case basis, which is approved by the teacher and the principal for phonics lessons, speech therapy, and all of those activities where a mask would not work very well. And in all other cases, they need to be wearing a mask or a humanity shield that goes all the way around their face. And the things they can't wear are bandanas, masks with valves, scarves, and gaiters. And I would like to point out also that nurses have given 13,000 flu shots this year, all on their own. And just for comparison, last year we only gave 2,000 the whole flu season. So they've done a really good job on making sure that we're helping out our community with flu shots.
And Member Hildy, you have a question?
Yeah, I think we got like one email where somebody was talking about the thermometers for teachers using, and I guess my question is part of just a statement. Like, I went in from my car to a building and somebody did that, and they told me my temperature was 94 degrees, and they happily wrote that down. I'm like, well, that's not possible. I would need to be getting immediate medical care. But then I was like, oh, I walked through the cold, right? Like, my body temperature just decreased rapidly. If I had a fever, it would look like I didn't have a fever. So that's just one of my questions on, because I think we got an email with the teacher saying they were getting their own thermometers, and are we using that, or what is the status of those thermometers?
Through the board president to Member Hildy, all schools received 4 infrared touchless thermometers. The school nurse also has tympanic or ear thermometers, as well as oral thermometers, in case they're either want to recheck the reading or the infrared thermometers are not working. They are brand new, and sometimes you just have to calibrate it and shoot it at a wall or an inanimate object to reset it and calibrate it. But as far as I know, they're all working. If not, they can reach out to me and I'll work to either get them a new one or to see what I can do to fix it.
Are there any other board member questions for Ms. Jen? All right, not seeing any.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. So I've got, what I'm going to do now is transition to the information regarding the process for planning and how the district level teams are processing all this to show that we're prepared and ready. So the first thing I want to point out is that our focus for the planning was built around giving the principals the tools they need, because in a district of our size, district can create criteria and standards and processes and quality criteria and tools, but the work happens between the principal and the staff at the school site. And so with that in mind, we knew we needed to make sure we had ways of putting accurate and easy information in the hands of the principal. We wanted to give them the confidence that they could do a safe and healthy return. And we wanted to provide them with those tools and processes. Next slide. So the administrator COVID resource, we call it the ACR, is a massive spreadsheet that tracks all the different materials and documents and activities that a principal would need. This is a tiny little screenshot from just the first few lines of the spreadsheet. And the reason I wanted to point it out to you is on the left are all the different categories, and there are many that come to school planning that go clear into transportation and food service and all kinds of categories. And then there's subcategories, a description of what those items entail, and then a link to the process for those. And then what I want to call your attention to is on the far right. Our internal process checklist is that things go into a draft form, and when they're out of draft, they're checked by project management, and then they move over to what we call internal. Internal vetting means multiple groups of people have to screen and vet that particular document or process or tool. And then from there, once internal has checked it off to PMO that yes, it's been vetted, then it moves over to the external column. External column means it is ready to be looked at and vetted for publication or for putting on the website or for distribution or communication. Once it clears external, you'll see a column called vetted by. That means someone has to be the owner of that information or document or process. They check it off, PMO consults with that person. Is it right? Is it accurate? Is it vetted? And from there, it goes over to what we call the back in school site, which we'll demonstrate in a minute. And that means it's been approved for publication, and it's off to communications, and it's ready to be put as content onto our web. And then you'll see another column that says secondary. Now what that means is the elementary are the pre-group that's going through all this first, and secondary is following along a few weeks behind in their planning. So when it's checked off secondary, it means it's actually ready for secondary to take a look at that and then tweak it and vet it and use it in their process. So this just shows how we track all of these internal procedures for all of our schools. Next slide. So one thing that's really critical in the information age is then once that's been vetted by all those groups and approved, it goes over to the website design teams. And from there, we have all kinds of categories. And I would encourage all of you, when you get a chance, this is now the one-stop shop where everything can be found regarding getting back to school. So there's all kinds of categories, including all the memos and letters and updates from the superintendent, all of the health and safety items that have been approved, that are public facing, family guidelines and expectations. There's a whole tab just for family, and then a whole section for internal staff. So staff can click on it. They'll have to go and put in their passwords and so on, and they have access then to Support Central, which has a lot more information than the public ever really needs to have to see, but it's all there for the staff internally. Next slide. And so I want to take a minute and talk just a bit about PPE being delivered to schools. We've heard this story circulate around multiple times, from a faculty member. Somebody will say, well, I don't know where that PPE is. I haven't seen those gloves, or I don't have a particular item. And so one of the asks from our principal groups, and came from the president of APA, who asked us to put together a tool that would help principals be able to do this. And so what you see here is a screenshot taken from a tool that project management developed. Every school listed on the left, all the distributions for the first aid kits and what we call 4 rounds of PPE. There were 4 district level rounds of massive purchases of PPE items. And then there's a list on the right of all the items that have been ordered for your school and the quantity, the delivery date that they were sent to your school. There are over 14,000 lines in just the elementary tab alone here. And then there's tabs for charter, middle, high, alternative, and so on. And so all that items, all the principal has to do is go to their school, click, look, and then it was delivered. It should be here on 10:30. I got to go find it. It must be in the BPO's office, or maybe the nurse has it, or maybe it's under the AA's desk in the office. But it shows what date it was delivered and the sum of the items that arrived. And so, next slide. So, of course, one of the other big issues is our school health and safety plans. So we put together a 10-page piece that I previewed with you a couple board meetings ago, that 10-page document that was all the categories that the individual schools were required to go through on their mitigation and their safety plans. And we wanted to be able to provide the confidence that we have looked at all of those things. The plans are standardized in the sense that the requirements are standardized. How those requirements get met, yes, there are building site variations based on what the individual teacher leader teams had input. And like AEA has pointed out to me a couple of different times, I see Corey's gone, but as Corey's pointed out to me a couple of different times, yes, there is some variation in how different principals process that with their faculties. Some there may have been more involvement than others, but AEA had access to all of those plans in their development stages all along. Once they were sent from the school to the directors, they then screened those and vetted them again, and those are all approved now. And at 5 o'clock tonight, every single elementary school's plan is public on the site with the plan itself, all the details, and a date modified by, so that when a principal finds something or a parent goes, hey, I noticed this and help me with that. And if they tweak something, it will be corrected and changed. And then on the site, it will show modified on the date so that everyone knows what the latest versions are. If you go in on the site, you can see some of those now. We had a couple of links that showed people samples. You don't need samples now because at 5, they're all live. And so the next next page just shows you just a piece of Chugach Optionals plan, but you can see all of them now tonight. Next page shows the school readiness tracker. And this is, again, a screenshot of an example that shows all of those plans and how we're tracking them and what is actually, whether it's public facing, the link to the plan, and everything. So more information than anyone would probably ever want to know about the plans and their development. And this is how we are tracking all of that internally to make sure that they're done. And the last thing, next shows the posters and videos. And so these are all the different kinds of things that we put out as products that are both for training and for communication. They include the posters about symptom-free and follow the 3 W's and the mask wearing, and then all of the different videos that our video department has very graciously been putting together. And some of these are for family, some are for adults and students, and there's a wide variety of training videos that go with all of that. And so that's my conclusion of my section here. We do have a section coming up. I guess I'll wait see if you have questions about any of that information.
Thank you. Board Member Mitchell had her hand raised.
Hey there. And I have to apologize. I got my notification for messages turned off finally on my computer. Quick question for you, Mr. Stock. You mentioned the overflow room for the COVID or the COVID isolation room, which I saw in several of the schools. I did not think to ask though, how is the nurse going to monitor that and the nurse's office? Is that where you have a camera in there, or I assume you're not going to leave the child in there by themselves?
And we'll turn to Jen Petronas, who would like to tackle that one.
Through the board president to Member Mitchell, there are a lot of different ideas out there on how the school nurse is going to monitor the individual that's in the isolation area. In some cases, the school nurse will stay in the isolation room and monitor that child until the parents come pick them up. And in other cases, the isolation area is connected to the main school nurse's office, so they're able to put a video baby monitor that they can watch them if there's not a window through the door. And in other cases, they have a window that's in the same office that they already sit, and they can just look through the window. So depending on the setup, there's various different ways that can happen. But this child would definitely not sit unmonitored. And I'd like to point out, because I took the training, that kids can't just be sent down there either. When you have a suspected case, the procedure is that you have to call the nurse and say, hey, can you check this child out for symptoms? So it isn't children wandering around the school. There is like this call, get the kid, come. And so it's very precise that way. The nurse will typically go get the child from the classroom and walk them down to where they need to be.
Thank you.
Next up in the queue, I have Member Holloman.
And this is also from Ms. Petronas. I'm just wondering how many students that are symptomatic can we hold on to at one time? How much of a crowd are we preparing for during the school day?
Through the board president to Member Holloman, it depends on the school and the way they set up their area. Since we're asking all parents to keep their sick kids home, we're hoping that we don't have a huge overflow of students that are symptomatic in schools. But if that does happen, some schools have up to 5, like in the Title I schools, where they are more likely to get students that are sick coming to school, or in other spaces like some of our JBEAR schools, they have an area for 2 because they typically don't have a lot of sick children that come into their office on a daily basis anyway. So it really just depends on the way the school set it up and what their typical day looks like in their office with the amount of sick kids that typically come.
All right, not seeing any other hands in the queue, I will turn it back over to Dr. Stock. Again, I see.
Thank you. So now we'll turn to Dr. Knutson, who will talk a little bit about the training.
Thank you, Dr. Stock, and good evening, school board. The training that was put together, actually, there's been a lot of training that's been going on with nurses, maintenance, transportation, and special education, but I want to highlight two trainings that are done more on a district-wide basis. The first one is building on what Dr. Stock spoke about earlier with the school safety plans. And so today was a district-wide in-service day, and that was dedicated to health and safety training. So this was a day that principals could work through those plans with staff, and they could become more familiar with them and be able to work through those nuances specific to their school. And then supplemental to that and supportive of that training is our back to school health and safety Canvas course. And this is really an asynchronous course in our elementary and secondary Canvas hubs, where teachers can go through and watch videos and kind of go through an interactive piece I'm going to talk about in a second. But also have it available so they can refer back to it later on. So it's not just a one and done thing. So going on to the next slide, this is going to show you an example of what is all included in the Canvas course that staff went through. This is an interactive course, so when you go in and you say start course, it'll lead you through each of these components, starting with what is COVID, what it's not, how you really interact with people, really working on those social emotional learning skills and interacting with people and being sensitive to how we interact with people, and then going into a lot of the procedural and mitigation procedures that we have in the district. So there's 15 topics that you go through. When you go in, when I talk about it being interactive, you'll read a part, you can click on it, and then it'll have different tiles that you can click so that to keep people engaged. And at the very end, there's a quiz acknowledging that you've gone through the training. The piece that I really like about this training is at the end, it's not just giving you information, you go through some specific scenarios. So there's student to student, teacher to student scenarios, and adult to adult scenarios that teachers may come in contact, staff may come in contact with when they're back face to face. So that's one piece of it. And then if we go on to the next slide, you'll see the other piece, and this builds on what Dr. Stock spoke about earlier with the posters and videos. It's really pulling these in one place. And so there's an overview video of the mitigation procedures in one video that people can watch. And again, these are just examples. And like, some of our folks said, they're examples from our tutoring program and stuff, which doesn't have all kids, but we didn't have all kids in a building to be able to provide examples. So it gives an idea of what it would look like, as well as some of the posters. But then there are the informational videos that people can go back to individually about, incident reports, how to wear a mask. There's some posters in there about different face coverings that you saw earlier that Jennifer Petronas shared with you. So this is the asynchronous part of the training that we can continue to update and adjust as needed as we learn new procedures, or if we have to add other procedures on. The thing I would like to say to the board is that we will share this link with you, the enrollment link, so you'll be able to go through the course as well and be able to see those components. And going on to the next slide, and some of those pieces I wanted to also say will be on there for families, so families can see it on our website and through social media. The other piece was working with students, and there's a couple things here. We have a team of teachers and principals that have been really looking at what is the use of Canvas when we're in a medium risk model like this. If kids are face to face, we know we'll have times where there may be temporary closures or kids are out for quarantine. So how do we keep up their learning? So we have a team that's working on that and problem solving through that. So more information will be coming this week on that. And then the other piece that was shared with principals and shared out in the elementary Canvas Hub is some SEL lessons that really address helping kids do that transition back to school. And even right now when they're not in school, just it's really how do you build that mass tolerance and some skills like that kids need to learn. And so these are supplemental SEL lessons that are made available to teachers where they could use it to either replace the SEL lessons that they're doing in their day-to-day work, or they can do it in addition to or replace it. So it's been before kids come back and then when kids come back. And so it's kind of a staggered plan to help support students as they're coming back in this situation. So that's just a quick overview of some of the trainings we've done for staff, what will be available for families, and what lessons and training we're doing with students as we move forward. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Dr. Stock.
Thank you, Dr. Knudsen. So the last slide, and then we'll be done for questions, I guess. But this slide just talks about the various administrator tools that we've built at some at request and some at our innovation. But there's a list of them, everything from templated letters that the principals can customize and use, processes, reentry checklists, and that's a big one, so that the principals can check off that they've done everything. Reentry sub-processes, that's been a big topic about, what about staff absences? We have a detailed protocol for that, and that's all built in there. Safety checks, an entire handbook, and also any specific protocols that are unique to special education. So just wanted to let you know this is just a sampling of some of the tools that we have built. And so we are ready. And at the district level, and now there's been this handoff to the schools, and today was their full day of training, and they will continue to drill down and prepare their staffs for the next few weeks, and they will be ready, and we'll be ready as we can be. So that's my report.
Thank you. Do any board members have any questions of Dr. Bishop, Dr. Stock, or anybody else that has presented tonight? Member Marcette?
It's not really a question. I think it's more in support of our decision the decision that Dr. Bishop has made. And if I can make that comment, I'd appreciate it. And it's we cannot and will not allow our children and young people's futures to be another victim of this disease, and that's the Irish Prime Minister. The community, state, and local government have failed our children. Education has not now or ever been a priority. Instead of talking about not putting students back in school and in classrooms, why are we not talking about the importance of getting children back into schools? Is it not more important to leave bars and restaurants open than to put our children and their education first? I don't see anyone picketing Fred Meyer's or Costco where people are not wearing masks. I cannot tell you how often I've seen individuals wear their mask below their nose and no one challenges them. You state schools are not safe, but our children are more at risk in the community than they are coming back to school. I have not seen nurses, doctors, grocery workers, or any other essential worker that have the ability to tell their employers how and when they will return to work. Parents have a choice, which we most certainly want them to have to make the best decision for their students. We are not saying that you have to send your student back to school. You have a choice. 50% of our students are considered low income. What does that mean? It means parents working 2 jobs. It means single parents. It means trying to make ends meet where education is not a priority and students are on their own. Schools are so much more than just education. The trauma has not stopped just because school is not in session. School is a safe place for our children. We provide food on weekends. Our teachers are there to report any abuse and to help our children with problems that they encounter. I would close with asking our community, local government and state, to make education a priority, not just for private schools, but all children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the queue, Member Holloman.
I still do have some questions about ventilation, which is something I've learned a lot more about lately than I ever knew before. One of the things that's been suggested in some of the written testimony that came in was that we adjust our air handling to use 100% outside air. And I'm not sure if that was covered when they talked about ventilation before, because it wasn't something I understood. And if it was covered, I apologize for not picking up on it. But I'm wondering if that has been done. And I did talk with someone that's familiar with some of the systems in our schools, and he explained how air comes in, there's a return vent, and there's adjustments for a certain amount of outside air that's blended in. So we are recycling air. And so one question is that going through a filter before it goes back into classes? And two, are we able to adjust for a really large percentage or 100% of fresh air coming from the outside going to schools?
So through the president to Member Hallman, I'm gonna first ask. I know I've got Mr. Darren Hargraves on the line, so I'm gonna ask him. He's on Zoom to come up. But just to take each one of those questions in turn. So, well, actually, I'll start with the systems are managed through a direct digital control system. The district does have the ability to manage, to moderate the percentage of outside air that is brought into the building. So just to very briefly talk about some of the things that we are doing in terms of air, and to specifically respond to your question, it's really not preferred, frankly, to bring in 100% air from the outside. And there are a number of reasons for that. But the first, clearly within our environment, in this time of year, it's just not practical because of the temperature differences that we could not sufficiently heat that air if we were pulling it in 100% from the outside. So we do manage that. What we have done is we have increased, it's about airflow and circulation over time, not just the volume of air at any given time period. So what the district has done in our buildings is we've added 2 hours on both sides of when we actually run our HVAC systems. And what that's doing is it's changing the air more frequently in our buildings over the course of the day. So instead of at 6 in the morning, we've now started our systems at 04 in the morning to ensure that when the first person comes in that building, that's clean air that they're breathing. Likewise, we've added 2 hours on the outside where on the tail end of the day. So we're continuing to clean that air even though most people are out. We're anticipating there may be a few, so we're ensuring that we're continuing to circulate and replace the air in the buildings. So with regards to the systems, they're clearly, because of the numbers of schools and the construction years, there are different heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems in our buildings. I'm going to let Mr. Hargraves come up on the net and talk to you. You asked about, is air being filtered, before it's processed and moved into rooms. Darren, can you confirm, are you up?
I am.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to respond to that specific question.
Okay, each room has an intake exhaust or an intake where the fresh air comes into the room. It then moves through the room and goes into an exhaust system. Our air does not mix between rooms. It then goes into that exhaust and goes back to the air handler through the scroll fan, where it is then mixed with outside air. The percentage of that air is kind of determined by our automation system based on the fact that we know we need to maintain about 70 degrees in the classrooms. Our boilers generally raise or boost the temperature of the air about 20 degrees. So that percentage has to be calibrated to the point that our boilers can raise that temperature up to the desired 70 degrees. That air then moves through our filters and then moves on down the line to the next destination, a classroom or a gymnasium. It then does that cycle again. Does that answer the question?
I think so. I mean, if I understand it right, it's not going sequentially room to room to room. It is coming back and going back out.
That is correct. The air, once it's into the room, unless it goes, for example, out a doorway into the hallway, the air is generally kept in a room and then is cycled back to the air handler for processing before it goes to the next location. And we don't, it would be very difficult for us, as Mr. Roth has stated, for us to put in 100% air. We just couldn't, our systems couldn't handle that. We could not get the temperature up to an adequate level where it would be comfortable in the classrooms.
All right. And is there when we're talking about a virus, is there a meaningful filter anywhere in the system? Or is it mainly just like dust particles?
Well, you know, there's been a lot of talk about the MERV 13 filters. We have evaluated as to whether or not we could put those in. The problem is that it would restrict airflow. And one of the things that we value is the movement of air through those classrooms to kind of sweep away any of the particulates that are in the air, kind of refreshing that air more regularly. There was a study done where we kind of looked at the average of school district buildings, and we're looking at about 4 to 5 air changes per hour, which is greater than the national average. What we're being told is that the national average for buildings like ours is about three air changes an hour. So we're kind of above the curve on that one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Next up in the queue, I have Member Mitchell.
Thank you. Just to follow up on the ventilation question, and then I have a different question. So all of the buildings do have blowers, and so the way you described that each room has its own air. So every room has its own intake and, the return and the, I don't know what the other one's called. It's not intake, but you know what I mean.
Exhaust.
Thank you.
That is correct. For the most part, I'm not aware of any rooms that would mix its air. Each room is designed with an intake and an exhaust. So we were circulating the air in that room.
Okay, because it seems like I've looked around a couple of rooms, and it seems like I've been in some that just have one grate in them, but I know sometimes they're low and sometimes they're high, so I may just not have seen the second one event. So my question was, I know that we have our reading programs in 8 different schools. Is that correct?
No, we don't have our reading programs in 8 schools, but we do have like learning pods and other things. So we, I don't know if that's what you're referencing. We have other programs going on.
I know that you had brought in programs. I thought they were specifically for reading, but brought in programs a few weeks ago that were allowing us to reach kids who needed it and also give us a little bit of a sense of how things might work. And I'm just wondering, how are those going now? Have any of them had to close down because of COVID?
Sure, I'll give you Dan Barker to share that. So we do have the schools, but I didn't know the higher number that you gave. We have alternate programs as well going on, not just the tutoring. So I'll have Dan share that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the president, we have 7 sites that are doing the tutoring piece, and none of the tutoring programs themselves have had to close down as of yet, Member Mitchell.
Okay, what schools are those in? Do you know offhand?
I can give you a handful of them. I don't know if I'll get all 7. We have Aurora, we have Muldoon, we have Spring Hill, Chester Valley, Creekside, and I will have the rest of them for you before the end of the meeting, I promise.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know, when you talk about the other programs in the schools, one of the schools I was at has a campfire program, and they have 3 classrooms, and they have 10 students per classroom. It's a daycare type of thing where they do their school and they have activities, and they have 10 kids per room, and then they have blue tape in the space that the students can inhabit. And I asked one of the people who's in charge of the program there, I said, well, what is that like for the students? Because they can't really interact with each other and play games in the same way. And she said, you know, it's not as much fun. It just isn't. But they try to create games that, you know, they can play while they're in their individual square. But it does give them, because there's only 10 of them in each of those rooms, it gives them space that they can, you know, lie on the ground, move a little bit. They don't have to sit in a chair the whole time. So, anyway, it was just nice to see that. It would be nice if we could have that kind of spacing, but that is unfortunately not possible.
Next up in the queue, I have Board Member Bellamy.
Yes, I have a couple of questions on safety plans first. So I know that we have schools completed a standard form, and I know that they're site specific. How are we ensuring that they're equitable? I mean, if we have a PTA that's got thousands of dollars to invest in a school to provide certain safety protocols, how are principals that might not have that resource being assisted to develop their protocol? That's one question. And the other has to do with our, compliance with the protocol. How are we ensuring that adults right now in our schools are complying with and in our offices are complying with our protocols? If somebody could speak to that, that would be great. Thank you.
Madam President, I've referred to Dan Barker, who can speak to those specifically.
Sorry, can you hear me? Yep. Through the President to Member Bellamy. So all of the resources and materials necessary to accomplish all of the requirements of the safety plans are funded and taken care of for schools. So everybody has that same floor level. Very similar to the way we have things play out across all of our schools now. Then schools have the ability beyond that to enhance, customize, and tailor what they need to their specific community. If their community wants to do something more, we've encouraged principals to interact with those groups, their parents. Many of them have shared their plans even prior to this publishing with parent groups and open houses. If their parents give them feedback about something they think would be helpful, then they go forward with whatever means they have on site, including contacting us and us divisionally supporting those needs as they come through the schools. But because, again, as I think has come up as a theme tonight, the highly individualized needs of each site and the highly specific requests of many of those communities, it's really not possible for us to universally tailor that. We have committed to all principals that for them to engage with their teachers and with their families, constituents, anything that someone brings forward as a need that they believe is necessary to conduct what they need. We want to know about that, and we are not putting the brakes on using resources to accomplish that. Our goal right now is for kiddos to be able to go through the doors with staff, families, and communities feel comfortable about doing it.
And to that point, the funds that, of course, schools use their funds, and then because some of them used them by ordering things last year, they just thought ahead and thought of different things. But this year, some of these safety plans are coming in with a request for $200. Some are coming in for a request of $2,500, and we're just meeting them. We're saying, what is it that you need with your teachers, your community, and then we're working around that to ensure that equity happens. So we're not saying, no, you can't have this because you can't afford it. We are, but we're asking them to share what it is that they need from us at the district to support them with. And again, a lot of it is things that we have on file too, because we've just purchased hundreds of thousands of pieces of PPE. And so, and we're allowing really that personal choice of the style, the type, and all that jazz.
And then again, through the President to, yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, I can't hear very well with this microphone. Through the president to Member Bellamy, with regard to the enforcement of protocols in buildings, this is one that is coming through to us occasionally via AEA formal union communication. What we have been super explicitly clear with all of our site level administrators is the expectation is for them to guide, train, coach, teach, and enforce when necessary the following of those processes. We even do have a few sites early on where labor-based discipline processes had to be used because we had employees who outright were refusing to comply. So those standards are taken all very seriously by building leadership. However, as always, if the leadership themselves don't monitor it or able to see it, then it has to be brought to their attention. And so we are working through that at sites where folks will report. Generally, they'll say, boy, there's a whole bunch of people in our building who aren't. And then we want to really drill down and go deep with them to try and figure out where that is so we can work with that administrator to increase our modeling, our coaching, our teaching. These are adult change practices just like they are for students. So we want to start with that positive foot forward of helping everybody understand why and give as many of those reminders as we can. But ultimately, it does end up having to be a directed position by the administration, and we are more than willing to hold and enforce that standard whenever someone is in a situation they feel like it's not safe for them because people are not filling their responsibility as a member of our staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see, oh, Dr. Bishop?
No, I was just going to say, Madam President, we don't have anything else to present, just ability to answer questions, as well as we have many questions prepared for tomorrow as well.
Wonderful. So at this time, I don't see any other hands in the queue. And I know that I've got several board members that are ready for a break. So we're going to go ahead and take that break. Comfort break, stretch break, so we can do this final home stretch. We will go ahead and come back at 9:30 on the nose. That's 11 minutes. If we can make it faster, we certainly will, but that's what we're going to go for. So we've got a 10-minute at ease. Thank you. All right, it is 9:30. Let's get going. There we go, my Zoom board members, seeing your happy smiling faces. Yay. All right, so next up in our agenda is the consent agenda. And just a reminder to board members that we are going to do, Katie's going to do our roll call for us after each of our votes. So first up is our consent agenda. And Madam Vice President, if you would kick us off.
Absolutely. I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of memorandum number 042, which is the personnel report, and our regular session minutes for September 8th, 2020. Do I do them all? You want me to do the hearings?
No, and do I have a second?
This is Dave. Second.
Thank you. Katie, if you could please do roll call.
Certainly, Madam President. Member Bellamy.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Marset.
Yes.
Member Holloman.
Yes.
President Michaelis.
Yes.
Member Donnelly.
Yes.
And Member Hildy.
Yes.
And the consent agenda passes with 7 yeas and 0 nays. Next up, we have our action items. And the first item up is a student hearing. Margot, if you could please read the motion.
I move to approve the expulsion of the students associated with ASD incident numbers 1321508 and 1321579 as discussed in executive session.
Second.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification on that first incident number. It is 1321580. Just the last two numbers were read backwards. Just want to make sure it's clear for the audio record. There is no discussion on this one. If Katie, you could please do a roll call vote.
And apologies, Member Bellamy, that probably was my typing error for that sheet. President Michaelis.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Vice President Bellamy.
Yes.
Member Donnelly.
Yes.
Member Hildy.
Yes.
Member Holloman.
Yes.
And Member Marset.
Yes.
That motion passes. Uncontested student hearing, 7 yeas to 0 nays. Next up under action items is public testimony. Katie, could you please confirm for the record we don't have any public testimony on any action items?
That is correct. There's no one signed up for action item testimony.
Thank you. Vice President Bellamy, if you could begin with the first one.
All right, here we go. I move to approve ASD memorandum number 022 and authorize the superintendent to accept a continuation grant from the Alaska Department of Education and Early Development, DEED, in the amount of $300,000. The original 2-year project has been extended 1 additional year to support the Alaska Educational Leadership ECHO Network project.
Second.
Thank you. Do any board members have any questions on ASD Memorandum 022? Not seeing any. Katie, if you could please do a roll call vote.
Member Hildy.
Yes.
Member Holloman.
Yes.
Member Marset.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
President Michaelis.
Yes.
Vice President Bellamy.
Yes.
And Member Donnelly.
Yes.
Thank you.
ASD Memorandum 022 passes with 7 yeas and 0 nays. Next up.
Okay. I move to approve ASD memorandum number 037 and authorize the superintendent to accept a grant from the Alaska Department of Education and Early Development for $872,095. This award is for the first year of a 3-year grant to continue implementation and support of inclusive preschool classrooms at 6 elementary schools during the 2021 school year.
Thank you. I've got a first and a second. Are there any board members with any questions on ASD Memorandum 037? Not seeing any. Katie, if you could please do a roll call vote.
President Vacalis.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Vice President Bellamy.
Yes.
Member Donnelly.
Yes.
Member Marset.
Yes.
Member Holloman.
Yes.
And Member Hildy.
Yes.
ASD Memorandum 037 passes with 7 yeas and 0 nays. Moving on.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum number 038 and authorize the superintendent to accept a grant from the Alaska Department of Education and Early Development for Carl D. Perkins Secondary Career Technical Education federal funds in the amount of $1,268,233.
Second.
I said that
Thank you. Are there any board member questions on ASD Memorandum 038? Not seeing any. Katie, if you could please do a roll call vote.
Member Holloman.
Yes.
Member Hildy.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
President Vacalis.
Yes.
Member Marset.
Yes.
Member Donnelly.
Yes.
And Vice President Bellamy.
Yes.
ASD Memorandum 038 passes with 7 yeas and 0 nays. Next up.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum number 050 and authorize the superintendent to accept grants for Providence Heights School, Alaska School for Deaf, that's AKSD, Deaf Education Interpreters, and the Alaska Family Directory website from the Alaska Department of Education and Early Development. The total of these grants is $1,090,000.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any board member questions on ASD Memorandum 050? Not seeing any. Katie, if you could please do a roll call vote.
Member Donnelly.
Yes.
Vice President Bellamy.
Yes.
President Vacalis.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Marset.
Yes.
Member Holloman.
Yes.
And Member Hildy.
Yes.
ASD Memorandum number 050 passes with 7 yeas and 0 nays. And the last item, please.
And our last item, I move to approve ASD Memorandum number 024 and authorize the superintendent to utilize the general contractor construction manager, that's GCCM project delivery method for the Inlet View Elementary School replacement project.
Second.
Thank you. Do any board members have any questions on ASD Memorandum 024? I see Member Donnelly's hand is raised.
Yeah, I'd like more information to explain why this particular construction method is necessary and whether it's going to lead to an expansion of the proposal that was put before the voters.
Through the board president to board member Donnelly. So I'm gonna ask Tom Fennis if he's on the line. Tom, if you would, come into the Zoom meeting. So to respond to member Donnelly's question, why would we propose this? So, in Inlet just to very briefly discuss, to refresh the board members' recollection that we proposed in the last bond memorandum a project for design for a replacement school for Inlet View, and that the district would look to put a proposition forward in 2022 for a replacement school. Inlet View itself resides on what is arguably the smallest site that we have in the district for a school building. And that right now, as a part of this process of looking at the demolition of the existing structure and then the construction of a brand new building, that we consider this particular project, given that consideration, to be one of the more complicated projects, more complicated than what the district is typically dealt with on other sites for either renovations or repairs. So for that reason, we think it's important that we would bring in a general contractor construction manager as the delivery method, that the general contractor would be working with the designers intimately earlier in the process to ensure that as far as the design, it's suitable to the site, and that the process for construction of the replacement building is to standard. To answer the other piece to Member Donnelly's question, we don't assess that this would add any cost beyond what the district is projecting at this time for a replacement cost. Now I'm going to ask Mr. Fenneseff if you would just come on and if there are things that I failed to cover to add additional detail.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. Through the president to Member Donnelly. So the GCCM or CMAR method is really tailored for this type of project. We have a larger project, many moving pieces, and some of the main advantages of using a GCCM is that it puts a little bit more of the risk onto the contractor and the construction management team. And it also, but the benefits of that allow for greater collaboration through the contractor and the designer in developing and coming up with solutions, thus reducing change orders and making it a faster turnaround in terms of design to construction. So there's many reasons why this is the proper and the best approach for this particular project. And as Mr. Roth said, this does not add any additional scope. Any more questions?
Member Donnelly, did that answer your questions?
Yeah, Madam President, it answered my questions. I guess I could speak to the motion. May I speak to the motion?
Yes, you may.
I'm really concerned that this particular project was only approved because it was lumped in with the earthquake repairs that were needed to be made. I always thought this should have been a separate item on the bond propositions. I strongly supported the earthquake repairs. I did not support this project at this time because it's going to be over $30 million in a potential future bond. Is that going to have to happen? And given the current economic situation in Anchorage and the reduction in the number of total students in the district, I don't think the voters are going to look favorably upon spending over $30 million for a brand new school. I'm very concerned that the situation has changed dramatically, and also concerned that it would never have gotten approval if it hadn't been forced upon the voters to give them a choice between saying yes to the earthquake or saying no to the earthquake, to say no to this repair, the needed earthquake repairs. So I think this whole project is on a little bit in unfirm ground with the public. And I'm concerned that if it gets fast tracked here and turns into something new, which I'm afraid this construction management system might do, that the situation might even get worse than what I potentially see it being when we go out for a bond for over $30 million to build this school.
Are there, Dr. Bishop?
Yeah, I mean, what would be the outcome of that? Just, is there an alternative to do nothing? Is that, or I guess that would depend on your vote, but I'm not sure. I mean, I understand the concern, but is there guidance or other things that we can answer? Or
I don't hear any other questions.
Okay.
I hear concerns, but I don't hear any other questions from Member Donnelly, at this time. Did you have, okay.
If that was a question to me, Madam President, if nobody else wants to speak, I could respond.
I've got Member Mitchell in the queue as well.
I'm happy to let Member Donnelly continue. I just wanted to make a comment.
If you would please first, and then I'll come back to Member Donnelly.
Okay. So when we had Inlet View in a year and a half ago, they did say they are not wed to, they don't necessarily look to, I think they would love a new building. I think we all think it could be much more functional, but that's not necessarily, they love their location. They love the program, and they just want something that's functional. So I do remember them clearly saying that.
Through the president to Member Mitchell, and I'm cognizant of some of those conversations as well. But I think I just would remind board members that this did go through a very deliberate approval process and went before the voters, and the voters approved a bond proposition that included this specific project for a design to replace Inlet View. So I guess there could be, if there were a public push to repeal or change that, then that's feasible. But right now, that is the guidance that this district is operating from the general public.
And that does make sense. I just wanted to, mention that.
Thank you. Member Donnelly, did you have any other comments? I don't see your hand raised in the queue, so I'm not quite sure where you're sitting in terms of comments right now. Dr. Bishop, you had a question.
Thank you.
And then I'll circle back to
actually, I did just want to recognize for the board as well that as we move forward in understanding the changes, I think to a point made, again, this has been voted on, the public spoke, but I want you to know that we're cognizant of a new assessment in regard to schools and their use and enrollment as we move forward. We don't have the completion of those data yet to make those decisions, but I want you to know we have an acknowledgement that process will occur and will need to occur due to the changes in simply students in the district, possible outcomes of elections, and the like. So we are highly aware and keen to that. But outside of having all those data that we need, we are recommending kind of this movement forward according to the guidance by the public specifically.
Member Donnelly.
Thank you, Madam President. Just in response to the question that was posed, I fully acknowledge that at the existing time, the direction is pursuant to the bond that was approved. I also think that the only reason that this particular project was approved was because it was lumped in with essential, needed to be done earthquake repairs. I do not believe as a standalone project this would have been approved. And I think that's going to come home to roost here in a year or two when we go back before the voters and ask for tens of millions of dollars to build a new school when population in the district is down by thousands of students. I think that's going to be an impossibly difficult sell. And Member Mitchell's right. The testimony the night the board decided on a close vote to move forward to lump this in with the earthquake repairs was that the neighborhood would have been really happy with a major remodel and not tearing down the old school and rebuilding the whole thing. So those issues are all out there. We're going to have to face those very soon. And I'm concerned that this particular authorization smacks of further support for moving ahead with this when we could just utilize the existing construction delivery method rather than going with a vote for a new construction delivery method.
And Member Hildy?
Oh, thank you. I just, the voters saw what they voted for, and I don't think it's fair to say, oh, they must not have wanted it. If they didn't want it, they could have chosen not to vote for it. And certainly being combined with emergency, earthquake relief can change people's minds, but it's still their choice. So I think it is appropriate to honor those choices. For a moment of levity, I feel there's a lot of people in our community wanting to pay a lot of money to get a safe place for their children to go to school. This is a mother, and some days are hard. So I'm not willing to say that we don't know what the years are going to look forward. Anchorage supports education. Our community supports education. I think it's a beautiful thing. I think we're getting even stronger support for education, seeing the critical value of it, that it's not just daycare as sometimes people talk about it, but there's actual learning that happens. It's very hard to do at home while you're working and doing jobs. So we're seeing some of those attitudes coming out more clearly. So I think I don't know that we need to draw conclusions on what that's going to look like today, but and we also had testimony that the replacement can be cheaper and more effective than just remodeling. I've heard that from many contractors. So the point being, we made a decision, we put it before the voters, there was a process, and this is the where we are today.
Member Marset?
Yeah, I just say it a lot more directly. This is what was voted on. This is the money is designated for this. Can't get at this point. So it is what it is. And if the voters decide not to support it in 2022, then that again is what it is, and we will deal with that when it comes. But for right now, we have no choice but to move forward, I believe, in what's already been voted on and passed.
All right, not seeing any other hands raised in the queue. Katie, if you could please do a roll call vote.
Yes. Member Hildy?
Yes.
Member Donnelly?
No.
Vice President Bellamy?
Yes.
President Vacalis?
Yes.
Member Holloman?
Yes.
Member Marset?
Yes.
And Member Mitchell?
Yes.
ASD memorandum number 024 passes with 6 yeas and 1 nay. At this time, that concludes our action items for tonight. Moving on in the agenda is non-action. Are there any items from the non-action item section that board members wish to pull? Member Marset?
I'd like to pull number 6, memorandum 047.
Do board members have any other items they wish to pull? All right, so at this time we will talk about ASD memorandum number 047, the 6-year capital improvement plan, the CIP projects. And I do believe that at least board members here in person have a hard copy printed out. Member Marset, you have the floor.
So, well, I'll just jump right into it. Some of the questions I have been asked is the FEMA money, and we did receive that, correct, on the earthquake repairs that we put in for. There was questions about that, and I'm not sure.
So through the president to Member Marset, Funny you should ask that question, because we actually received the first installation on our category A money, which was for the debris removal recovery for $550,000. So with regards to the other categories, category B, all of that has been processed.
Okay.
The team continues to work with FEMA and the state DHS emergency management for the category E, and many of those are projects are down in the FEMA office in Sacramento. We're kind of in that negotiation process between them on amounts identified as what we think is appropriate or required and what FEMA has come back. So that's kind of an ongoing negotiation, and it's for every project. And it's really George Michaelis working that with his team in maintenance and CP&C to work those details. So it's working, but it's taken a while.
So the reason I bring that up is because the questions, and it really kind of goes in with the capital planning, is that at one time when we talked about this, the community had asked whether we would repay some bond debt with that money received. And so that's the reason I'm bringing that up. But I think it's a little premature if we don't have the money yet.
Through the president, I think at this point, again, and again, that would be a deliberation and decision by the school board, you know, how it wants to direct those funds when they are made available.
Okay. Thank you. Were there any other board members that had any other questions or comments on ASD Memorandum 047? All right, seeing none, we are going to go ahead and move on in our agenda.
We'd like to make the motion that I talked about earlier.
It would have to be on the 6-year capital improvement plan. That's the agenda item.
I wanted to introduce a new item under the non-action agenda.
So that would be modifying the agenda. So you'd need a supermajority to do that at this point.
Okay, we did talk about that. So that would be a modification of the agenda to add an item under non-action, and it would need 5 of 7 board members to approve the modification of the agenda.
And a second to start with.
Well, yes. Go ahead and make state your motion.
Give me just a moment here. I'd like to move that ASD will not resume in-person general education classes before January 2021. I'll see if I have a second.
I'll second.
I'll second that.
And if I can speak to it.
Go ahead.
The public does seem to be aware, and it does seem to be an area of great controversy. And we're on the record as supporting it, even though we've never actually taken a vote in favor of it. So what I'm hoping is we can at least have a discussion in public so that people are aware of whether we support it or not. Thank you.
Katie, you have your hand raised.
I do. Thank you, Madam President. So we're moving to add this to the agenda. Is this to action or non-action?
To amend the agenda to add the item to non-action.
To non-action. Okay. Thank you.
But because we are already down to non-action, after we've already approved the agenda, it would take the supermajority to approve that change. So at this time, so the question is to add this item to the non-action agenda, and it's not debating the merits of it quite yet. It's just the modification of the agenda. Are there any board members that wish to speak to the agenda amendment topic? Member Mitchell, I see your hand raised.
Well, I do agree with Member Holloman that it would be good for the board to have more of a discussion on this. We tried to have a little bit more discussion last time, and we ran out of time, and I think we adjourned at 11:35 or 11:40, and I was going to put my questions in writing and didn't do that. And I just think it would be good to have more of a discussion, particularly since a lot has changed in the past 2 weeks.
Member Hildy.
I don't really understand why we're at this, like, why are we just confused at why it's at this point in the agenda? But you get to the notice issue for me. If we're going to be talking about it, people should be able to know and respond to public testimony afterward, and that won't happen.
To the chair, if I can respond.
Member Holloman, go ahead.
Essentially, just a whole lot has unfolded in a very short period of time. And we've had a chance to actually see the mitigation procedures and actually have a lot demonstrated to us. And that was just yesterday. I'll admit that, like a lot of people, I was hoping that we might have a little spike that would start trending downward in cases in Anchorage. That would kind of make all this go away. But it's a very dynamic situation, and there's clearly concern about it. The emails that we're receiving indicate a very high level of public interest. But as yet, the board has not put themselves on the record, either as individuals or as a complete board, because there doesn't appear to be an interest in taking action tonight, and I can understand that. It would at least put our opinions out there. People have asked me, and there does just seem to be a general interest in how the board feels about it. So this is an opportunity to be transparent with the public. Obviously, we're not going to take action tonight, so there's no change. And if people want to continue to testify, they would have some basis about what our beliefs are.
Member Hildy.
It just goes back to, we could have chosen to put this on our agenda for today. This is a super important topic. This isn't like I changed schools for my kid. This isn't something I learned about yesterday, right? Like, parents know, and we're living this, so it's not, this would be a surprise for us to discuss it. And then somebody asked, like, public testimony would happen afterward. We have a period afterward. So if we had put this on our agenda, which we had time for, people could have testified at the front, they could have testified at the end, they could have done things, participated in the process of something that's very important. So my contention is that there isn't adequate notice, and it's not appropriate to discuss something so critical without public getting a chance to hear about it, like say what they think. Which I feel like Member Holloman is actually very good at advocating for that. I think that's a strength of his.
Member Marset.
So I think I've been very clear where I stand on this, so I don't think I need to go on the record. I already have where I stand on getting our kids back in school. But if you feel that's necessary, I do believe you have the right to put this forth and let the board vote. And I have no problem supporting what I believe in.
All right, not seeing any other hands in the queue or hands raising on this side. I'm going to go ahead and call this to a vote. And just to remind board members, this is a movement to amend the agenda to add to non-action items a future motion that ASD will not resume in-person general education classes before January of 2021. Katie, if you could please do a roll call vote.
Yes, and I just wanted to point out that the system, the board doc system, is not set up to calculate the supermajority, so we'll just have to look at the votes and make the determination from that.
Thank you.
Member Donnelly.
No.
Member Hildy.
No.
Member Holloman.
Yes.
Member Marset.
No.
It was difficult to hear. Was that a nay?
No.
She said no.
Okay. Member Mitchell.
Yes.
President Vacalis.
No.
And Member Bellamy.
Yes.
The amendment of the agenda fails, 3 yeas to 4 nays. Well, it's an overall. Yeah. So that did not make it to the non-action items, but we'll take forward from this discussion on, how to move forward as a board through discussions with the superintendent and the vice president on our future planning meetings and looking at timing and stuff like that. At this time, we're going to go ahead and move on to public testimony, our second opportunity, hoping that everybody still has, for lack of better terms, my speech and the ground rules still fresh on their minds. I do not have speakers 21 and 22, and I don't believe that they came in person. If I see them show up because they jump back into the meeting, I'll come back to them at this point. But I do see speaker number 23 on the telephone, Nancy Bale. Nancy, are you with us? That would be *6 to unmute. All right, just maybe she wasn't quite ready. We'll go ahead and come back up to her. We'll go to speaker number 24. Is Sarah Price? No? Okay.
President Vakelis, I'm sorry. She had changed hers to telephonic testimony kind of late in the evening. So she may be online with her phone.
Okay. You can text me her number so I can, or the IT team's number so we can figure out who she is. I'm just going to go down the list for those that I do see that I have right away. Speaker number 24, Catherine McAdams. Catherine, are you with us tonight? Catherine, *6. All right, I see word is spreading. Yes,
hello?
We can hear you. Thank you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you for hearing me. I am a teacher for ASD, and I, along with many of my colleagues, don't feel valued, respected, or listened to. I've written several letters to the board, the municipality, and the superintendent, and I think it's important for families and community members to hear from those of us on the front line who know what being back in school will look like. And I can tell you it's not what's being shared here tonight. So today, I'm using the board's words. The board will model the professionalism and degree of effort they expect for students, families, and staff. Well, your teachers and your students have far exceeded the effort being put in by the district during distance learning, as shown by the motion that we just witnessed here tonight. If the district office plans to display even the minimum amount of professionalism, I call for them above all to keep their employees and their students safe. And sending us back right now will not do that. The district will be open, transparent, and accountable to the public. This is not happening. The testimony in the last several board meetings speaks to the lack of trust that the teachers and the community have in the decision makers here, and there's a reason for this. Employee questions are not being answered. The videos and other propaganda being shared with the community is not representative of what classrooms will look like upon returning to school. There is no way to properly socially distance in most classrooms. To the greatest extent possible is a backhanded way of saying that students will not be properly distanced. Safety. All schools and departments will be safe and supportive. Anchorage is at the height of infection right now, and sending us back defies all logic, especially with the holidays coming. How is this safe? Last week in the U.S., more than 61,000 children were diagnosed with COVID, and these numbers are climbing every day. And while children are more likely to have mild symptoms, teachers and staff members are not. Parents and grandparents are not. Is it any surprise that the increasing numbers of children contracting this disease happens to coincide with being sent back to school? According to the most recent census data, for Anchorage, children make up just under 25% of the population. And when we are sent back to school, thousands of us in Anchorage will be locked in classrooms for at least 5.5 hours a day without adequate distance or air exchange, taking masks off to eat and drink in enclosed spaces, not 6 feet of distance, not 3, and it's not unusual, it's the norm. It is not safe. If you think that children are suffering now, and this is why you insist on putting our entire community at risk, how will they suffer when their teachers and their family members and their caretakers are contracting COVID? Finally, responsiveness. Public education should be responsive to an ever-changing world. Well, if this global pandemic isn't the definition of a changing world, I don't know what is. Yes, we've had growing pains, but every day my students get better. We laugh, we share, and we are learning. We are thriving. Continuation of this current system will keep our community healthy until we can safely return. So rather than rushing to get back to the status quo with complete disregard for safety, we should focus on teaching our students to endure in times of hardship, to adapt to these new circumstances, and to overcome adversity with grit and positivity. Because if they can learn that, they can learn anything, but at least they'll still be here to try, surrounded by their family members and their teachers who are still here to love and support them.
Time's up. Thank you. Going to circle back around because I see the others have called in. Speaker number 21, Kayla Page. Kayla, are you with us tonight?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm so disappointed that we're still on this path of returning students into the building at this time. I'm not going to give you statistics or numbers to tell you that this is a horrible idea. You already know. I feel like this is my only platform. I've written letters and submitted testimony in the past and have never gotten anything in return, and that's okay. I know everybody's busy and I'm busy too. I've got a million things on my plate, but I feel like it's my responsibility to speak out against what I know to be wrong and advocate for my students and their families. I do not agree that students should be going back into the school buildings right now. The risks far outweigh the gains. I'm worried that families are not getting a true picture of what school will be like for their child. As a parent and a teacher, I would not be sending my child back if they were school aged. I wouldn't for many reasons. One is safety. For example, there's no way that we can social distance. It just can't happen. I've heard over and over again, 6 feet is the goal. And the goal is the key word right there, not the expectation. Some teachers are only able to fit desks in with only about 2 feet in between. The environment, toys, and personal items have been removed. What makes the classroom an inviting and cozy place is all gone. Students will be at their desks in their space. No handshakes, high fives, or hugs. No specials, no free play or birthday celebrations. No parent volunteers. No parents in the building at all. Scheduled bathroom breaks and escorts at other times. No more than 3 students at the coat rack at a time. No sharing materials, no using the water fountain, no talking to your best friend at lunch because they're seated across the room. Try to stay 6 feet away from your friends out at recess, which is your only break outside. What happens when kids can't handle these rules? I've seen students in crisis and how that affects the entire school. What will happen when we have an entire classroom of children in crisis? How can we bring children into this restrictive environment and say that this is the right thing to do? It's not. I encourage parents to talk to your schools, ask for those reentry plans, ask to see pictures of the classroom, know what your student's environment will be like. And if you're a parent or a guardian who speaks English as a second language, ask for those plans in your first language. It is your right to be informed of your child's education. Again, I think this is wrong, and I hope someone can help us.
Kayla, I'm sorry, time is up. Next up is speaker number 22, Mitchell Page. Mitchell, are you with us tonight?
Hello, this is Mitchell.
Hi, thank you for calling in. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
The COVID case numbers are high and going higher. We know this, we've said this. I continue to see examples of changing the rules because the pandemic is not fitting into the safety policy. When I listen to reopening plans, I hear things like when possible, the best that we can. These statements are holes in the plan that are going to get people sick. ASD has acknowledged that COVID will come into schools. I just want to repeat that. COVID is going to get into the schools. If all of our mitigation strategies work perfectly, then maybe only 20 to 30 people, one classroom, will be impacted by a positive COVID case. And hopefully the mitigation will work and it won't spread. The problem with this is human error. Students, by no fault of their own, who will be acting developmentally appropriately, are not going to be able to abide by the restrictions imposed on them in COVID. I do not believe that 5.5 hours spent at their desk with all the restrictions that come with COVID is going to allow for instruction and exchanges that are better than what we are seeing online. In education, we look for meaningful exchanges with students, small group discussions, center activities, choice time, think, pair, share, jigsaw, gallery walks, and so many other strategies that require students to interact and exchange materials and ideas with one another and their teacher. None of those strategies that make for a highly effective learning environment are going to be possible. Students will all face forward, receive instruction, and complete work. What we have going for us right now is consistency. Students know what to expect from their teachers, when to get on Zoom, and how to get extra help if needed. Students and teachers are hitting a stride in online learning. We read and discuss, have small group work times and breakout rooms. We do math and digital manipulatives and interaction with Pear Deck. Students are interacting with a learning management system and gaining tech skills that will be inevitably necessary in our society as it progresses in our digital age. I refuse to look at the deficit of online learning, and instead I ask myself, how can I make this better? What is going well? What does this student need to be more successful? We can make online learning better. We can educate our children safely. We can provide quality education digitally. I want to end with one thing that I think is very important to consider. We currently have COVID cases in ASD. Without students, we currently have COVID in our schools now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the queue is speaker number 23, Nancy Bale. Nancy, are you with us tonight?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we sure can. Thank you. And you have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Nancy Bale, and I'm a practicing school nurse at Whaley School. I'm excited to return to in-person learning, and I've prepared my office and help with planning for mitigations at my school. However, right now I have doubts that the district is positioned to return to in-person learning as soon as November 16th. I have 3 concerns. First, we've had a significant spike, as others have pointed out, in COVID-19 cases in our state and local community. At this time, municipal and state resources are suffering stress and diminished capacity because of additional testing and tracing duties required by the spike. Given that fact, I have to wonder at the wisdom of starting in-person learning as soon as November 16th. Why? Because with the opening of buildings, and given our policy that ASD is symptom-free, new symptomatic and contact cases will be discovered by school nurses and staff, and the testing and follow-up required for these additional cases will stress the already taxed capacity of our public health resources. We school nurses intend to work in partnership with municipal and other testers, physicians, and nurse case finders. If any part of that system proves inadequate, the whole will be less effectual. Second, although families have been stressed by being required to help their children learn at home and students suffer, especially younger ones, the stressors on families are not likely to go away with return to in-person school during a higher case period such as now. And that's because under our policy that ASD is symptom-free, many children will be sent back home with minimal symptoms, often not permitted to re-enter the buildings for 10 days. This adds stress to parents, the duty to get their children tested and isolated or quarantined, and the additional work of again doing online learning while they wait out the quarantines. I do not see this as a trivial concern. And finally, I question the scientific credibility of a decision to return to in-person learning despite indicators to the contrary on the district's own decision matrix. All indicators in this decision matrix are trending orange, red, or high risk, and even the district's indicators for school-based mitigation strategies, currently listed as green, are far from completely and effectively implemented. I encourage the district to make it clearer to all how the decision to return to school can credibly be based on these indicators as they stand. I want to be back in school, but only when our health system capacity, the science, and the indicators point more clearly to it. We will be back in school. I truly want to do it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 24, Sarah Price. Sarah, are you with us tonight?
Yes, can you hear me?
We sure can. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Good evening, honorable board members and Superintendent Bishop. My name is Sarah Price and I am a junior from Eagle River High School. I have testified multiple times to the school board on why the reopening of our schools is critical for the well-being and safety of our students. But through my conversations with many of the board members and even Superintendent Bishop, it is clear that they value the real science. They know what is truly going to protect our students. And if given the opportunity, I am certain they would choose to send us back. So why are we not back? We have the majority of students and the supporting administration. Well, what we are missing is a crucial component, the teachers. Every board meeting, countless teachers and even the union president come to testify of their fears of reopening schools. And I'm not saying you cannot have your own opinions and concerns, but I am saying that when you testify through confidently stating subjective language, giving false generalizations, and citing data out of context, that is rhetoric through logical fallacies, not contributing to finding a solution. It is time to stop the what ifs and use our active listening to understand each other, things even our youngest bright minds are taught. I am grateful that I have had several remarkable teachers who have taught me how to use my voice and be a leader. So I know that we need to come together. We need to support this board, and we need to all be leaders in this moment so that every student pre-K to 12th grade has a safe place and a quality education. Now is not the time to further politicize our education by bartering with the Anchorage Assembly. It is time to join together as an educational community because it is the students, the teachers, and this board that know how to solve this issue best. We simply must ask ourselves, if we care for our children's happiness, safety, and success for the future, is it not quite clear what we all need to support and the path the school board must take? I look forward to advocating for this topic with the reality, facts, and science at the possible special meeting. So thank you all and happy Election Day.
Thank you. Next up in the queue, speaker number 26, Mike Davidson. Mike, are you with us this evening?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we sure can. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Hi, this is Mike Davidson. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to my testimony. As a school district, you face very difficult choices. Many of the people tonight have expressed those, and I know that the challenges are monumental. I'm a graduate of the Anchorage School District. I'm a 40-year resident of the municipality of Anchorage. I went to O'Malley, Bear Valley, Hanchu, and graduated from Service High School. I've worked as a paramedic in the state of Alaska for the last 25 years. I've faced many public health challenges. I can assure you, as you well know, the challenge that we face right now will be the public health challenge of our generation that eclipses anything we've ever faced. I understand the difficult choices you face, but I want to be clear, I'm completely opposed to the Anchorage School District's intention to return to school in the near future. We face a escalating and really explosive case count in the municipality of Anchorage. The workforce I manage is large and diverse. We have many COVID positive individuals in my workforce emerging. I suspect the Anchorage School District will experience no different because COVID is prevalent in our community. As articulated by all of the physicians that attended the September 30th town hall that the ASD organized, we know this to be the case, and the situation has clearly deteriorated since then. The school district has articulated that they have medical professionals that have supported this plan. I've not heard any of those professionals testify to their support of it, but in the school district organized town hall of September 30th, there were no medical professionals that supported this plan. Most of those professionals, Dr. McLaughlin, Dr. Chandler, all emphasized that the community spread COVID is quite prevalent in the Anchorage area. We face one of the most serious and difficult situations in our city at the moment. We're on, unfortunately, the forefront in the nation of challenges with COVID. When I look up Health and Human Services dashboard today, we have 12 adult ICU beds left in the municipality today. The school district faces difficult choices, but at the end of the day, returning to school could very well prove to be the vector that pushes our healthcare system that is on the brink, over the brink. My wife is a first grade teacher in the Anchorage School District. She's witnessed her coworkers fail to adhere to the protocols that the school district has in place. As recently as Friday, she witnessed a coworker fail to do that, and Monday she had a coworker walk in her classroom unmasked and try to engage her in a conversation. Unfortunately, and I'm sympathetic, being my own workforce. It's very difficult to get people to adhere to the protocols that are critical. But I can tell you firsthand, the contact tracing you face for high-risk exposures is incredibly challenging.
I'm sorry, time is up. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
27, Rick Sandhoffner. Rick, are you with us tonight?
I am. Good evening.
All right, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm a veteran teacher of 16 years in the Anchorage School District, parent of an ASD student, an active member of the Anchorage community, and a voter. I want to clearly state that this is not the time to open our schools to face-to-face instruction. You've seen the data. You're well aware that Anchorage is in the midst of an uncontrolled and accelerating community spread of COVID-19. Health officials warn that hospital capacity may soon be maxed out unless drastic improvements occur. Because of this, on October 28th, Mayor Quinn Davidson and the Anchorage Health Department released a public advisory to try to combat the dangerous outcomes we are currently speeding towards. The advisory states that to prevent unneeded serious injury and deaths, AHD urges everyone to stay home except to get food, to work, and to recreate outdoors. Our children, their families, and ASD staff deserve the right to be included in the everyone category. ASD has a food program for our students. We have the technology for everyone to work at home and have been doing so since March. I've personally seen this being done more and more successfully each day through my own 6th grade daughter and the 3rd graders with whom I work with. The health advisory asks us to stay at least 6 feet from others. This will be impossible in our school settings. Most teachers are trying to figure out how to space even 3 feet apart. Please try to imagine 4 through 7-year-olds following the mitigation plans needed to stay safe for 5.5 hours a day for 5 days a week in overcrowded classrooms. That is simply unrealistic to expect from most young children. Lastly, the health advisory clearly states to avoid gatherings. It then reiterates and states in bold letters, gatherings are not safe. By opening our schools now, the ASD will be ignoring the science of the CDC recommendations, ignoring our mayor and the Anchorage Health Department, and will be directly putting our students, their families, our staff, and our entire community at risk. ASD leadership have stated that the plan to return offers choice. As an organization that serves the public, the choices offered should never put children and families in danger like returning to face-to-face will. The choice that ASD staff have are to either risk our health and safety while at the same time risking the health and safety of the community to which we serve, or walk away from the work we have dedicated our lives to. Both of those options are unacceptable, especially when we can continue the online model that keeps us all safe. ASD leadership, keep us all in the online learning model until it's safe to return to our classrooms. The health and safety of our community in which we serve depend on it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up in person, Don Bockelman. Don, thank you for hanging out all night. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Don Bockelman. There's a lot of things I'd love to talk about, but I'm going to stick to just a few key points. First, parents did not know. The complete information regarding returning to school wasn't shared in a very timely manner, and in a lot of cases not shared in its entirety at all until very recently. The district had only told families that school would be different, but had not shared how that different was going to look. When my teaching partner and I faced a group of parents to give them the details on school return, as was given to us in documents, they were stunned. For the first time, they were hearing that their children would be confined to the classroom for the day, with the exception of a 30-minute recess, weather permitting. They wondered why we'd been asked by our instructional coaches and administration to not only strictly limit movement, but to come up with a behavior plan to mitigate talking as well. They listened to the strict hand washing procedures that we estimate will take about 1.5 hours in an already shortened school day. And they worried about the absence of art, PE, and music, especially since they'll no longer be able to sing or dance in our classroom. It hurt all of our hearts as a group to fully understand that small groups and collaborative learning will not be possible. No reading a story at the carpet, no reading a book with a friend, and no borrowing a book from the classroom. To not admit how developmentally inappropriate the situation we are asking these small kids to come back to is nothing short of selfish and irresponsible, especially when it's a direct contradiction to the insistence of the district that you're worried about their mental health. No reasonable person would expect any student in grades K through 2 to do the things you're asking of them. To continue to say they are resilient is meaningless. It's not an answer. Do we want them to be resilient to this? Do you honestly think this is what's best for their mental health? Not only that, but the fact that the survey sent out to parents was done in what I consider a deceitful manner so that parents weren't able to have the information until after the survey was complete. It was shocking, to say the least, to see the survey as well and understand that it had no option for parents to choose to continue to have their child learning with their classroom teacher virtually, rather than sending them back to what many teachers and parents referred to as a prison. One parent even noted to us that it was clear that the survey was intended to produce a biased outcome to make it look like families overwhelmingly want the children back in the classroom despite protocols. Between the environment that we're expecting them to come back to, the dishonesty in data collection and sharing, and the dishonesty in providing information to the public in a timely manner, it's clear to me that we do still have a lot to discuss before reopening schools. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in person, thank you also for waiting, Andrea Gardner.
Hi, thank you. All
right, you've got 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I figured I'd spoken to you over the phone multiple times, so we should meet in person. So I am one of your kindergarten and first grade teachers. I interviewed for this job right before the pandemic started, like literally the day before spring break was my interview. And then I got a job offer. And then we had a pandemic. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's very confusing. But then, Dr. Bishop, I got this email from you that was very comforting. You said to switch from high risk to a lower risk level, the 14-day rolling average would need to be at 29 cases or lower, and the district will evaluate every 2 weeks. Well, that made me feel so much better. So I took the job. And I love my job so much. And I love my kids. And I'm so happy to be a part of this district. But here's where we're at now. There's an average of 376 cases per day here in Alaska. There's a 97% increase from the average 2 weeks ago. That's huge. That's shocking. We're doing data with my kids right now, so I figured I'd just carry it over. I like continuity. There are more than 61,000 U.S. kids who are diagnosed with COVID last week. Just last week. That's mind-blowing. That's such a big number. There was a survey that was taken of the teachers in our district 18th. At the time, the 7-day average was 80 COVID cases per 100,000. At that time, 74% of our teachers did not feel there was adequate safeguards in place for face-to-face learning. 24% of ASD teachers do not plan to come back on November 16th, and 55% of teachers are apprehensive and feel that the risk is too great. Last week, I called and spoke to each family in my class. 71.4% of my students' families do not feel safe to come back and will not be coming back on the 16th. I discovered today you have the ISD Destination 2020 District Initiative on Safety. It says your goal is to increase the percentage of students and staff who feel safe in school and ensure a safe environment for all employees. Clearly, without the testimony, that's not happening. I've appreciated the attention to mental health, obviously huge, but what we're finding is that preliminary data suggests that the suicide rates across all ages here in Alaska are actually lower for 2020 than they were in 2019, which is great, but confusing. I also could find no suicide data for kindergarten through second grade students, which confused me because I figured that's why we were going back. And then this is the part that I'm not sure I can get through without crying. So the majority of my students are not white. And unfortunately, this horrible virus will affect them and their families at a much higher rate than me. And I cannot deal with the fact that my Native students will have a 1.4% higher chance, or 1.4 times more likely to die, that my Black students are 2 times more likely to die, and that my Latina students are more likely to die. So I have more. I know my time is up. Please don't send us back yet. We're not ready.
Thank you. Next up in the queue on the telephone, speaker number 30, Summer Thomas. Summer, are you with us tonight?
Yes, can you hear me?
We sure can. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
I am a parent grieving the loss of public school for my son. He was only 5 when he went home for spring break last school year, and he's never returned. I quietly cried for him when the ASD announced the school year would not start in person for 2021. I want him to see his teacher and his friends and get needed speech services. I know he, a bright child, would be much further ahead in school if he were there in person. And I'm begging you not to send him back because the district is not prepared. The necessary safety measures required during a surging pandemic have not been implemented. Cases and hospitalizations and deaths are higher than ever in Anchorage. Yet my son's school was only allocated 100 barriers when they need 250. I am procuring donations from local businesses and dedicating my family's time to help make barriers. I only am involved in doing this because I wrote the principle. Before that, I had no idea my son's school needed this help. It is plain to see the district is not doing its job. Otherwise, why would my son's school only be given less than half of the barriers they need? I am also discussing with my son's teacher, principal, and ASD maintenance to procure at my own cost air filters for his classroom. Many reputable scientific reports say that if there is not access to sufficient outdoor airflow, which in Alaska in the winter is the reality, there should be HEPA air filters for each classroom, yet the ASD has not made any plans about this. I live on a tight budget. I am firmly lower middle class. Why am I the one buying this to make sure the air my son and his classmates breathes is the safest it can be? I can't blame the ASD for not having enough money, if that's what this is about. But why has the ASD not been reaching out to the Anchorage community for more help? Why has the ASD not been saying this is what we need to make in-person school safe? Who can step up? Because I believe Anchorage will step up if asked. Instead, you have been eerily quiet on specific COVID policy changes besides mask wearing and unimplementable social distancing measures. I see ASD teachers writing petitions to delay going back to classrooms that are getting over 1,500 signatures. I see ASD teachers speaking anonymously to the Anchorage press in fear of retribution. By the way, I encourage everyone to read the article if you haven't. It was published on October 29th. I see ASD teachers on Facebook parenting groups asking for iPads because the district doesn't even have a plan on whether or not the Chromebooks can go to and from school. There's no plan for air purifiers. There's no plan for temperature checks. There's no plan for randomized testing or any required testing at all.
There's no plan for increasing outside time. It has been decided many policies, like hand washing, are up to individual schools. Taking cues from the federal and state governments, the buck has been officially passed. Having tangible, district-wide, pandemic-specific plans is what ensured in-person learning worked in other parts of the country. Without the district enacting enforceable plans and structural changes, not just timid suggestions, we can expect constant instability due to outbreaks and shutdowns. I don't want that. Do you?
Thank you. Next up, speaker number 31, Kim Humphrey. Kim, are you with us tonight?
Yes.
We can hear you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm a primary teacher here in the district. I almost didn't want to mention that because I feel my words as a teacher have less power. So instead, I'm speaking to you as a parent because I know whose voice is actually listened to. I have a second grader and a fifth grader. They're currently in the ASD at School program in the neighborhood school. According to your very short parent survey, my options were either remove my second grader from her current program, where she's built a relationship with her teacher, and switch to virtual with a different curriculum and further separate her from her peers in school, or I have her return face-to-face and split up my family. With only K2 returning, my second grader will be separated from her fifth grade sister and best friend for the past 8 months. Additionally, she would expand our family bubble, which puts us at even more risk. As a parent, you're telling me these options are better for my child's mental well-being. But wait, on Sunday, you now tell me, after I've already filled out the survey, of course, that there's another option, one that wasn't on the survey, an option that many teachers are in the dark about? Are parents going to be openly offered this option? Will it even be available at my daughter's school? With less than 2 weeks until our face-to-face return, you're still developing this additional option, one that many families may actually want to take advantage of. Your survey did not make it clear that I could provide input and tell you what my concerns are. Please be open with families as to what exactly our options can be, especially as we're all scrambling to make these tough decisions. As a parent, I have some questions. The model school shown to the assembly and the media looks amazing. Is this how every school will look? Or just schools where staff are willing to spend their own money to make things safe? Also, is ASD actually providing face masks and shields for everyone? Like the ADN article today stated? The caption under those adorable face shields said, ASD will provide face shields and masks for students and teachers to help prevent the spread of COVID. Is it true? If not, is ASD going to clearly state to parents that this is not the case? As a parent, is it true that I will be forced to constantly get my child tested for COVID if she's sent home with a headache, a tummy ache, or other potential symptoms? What if she tests negative but still has no symptoms? Will she be required to wait out the 10 to 14-day quarantine? What about situations where people have had to endure 24-day quarantines? How many parents are able to take that many days off work? Is this being explained clearly to families how these quarantine procedures will be managed? There are so many unanswered questions that you're still trying to figure out that you're forcing us parents to make decisions now without all the facts. You're also giving parents a false idea of what schools will look like. Yes, your hand-picked school that was shown to the media looks great, but what about the other schools in the district? How is it equitable one gets 6 feet of distance while others are only getting 3 feet or less? That some schools get dividers and shields for all kids and staff while others are being told to make it work. I know there's nothing to be said to change your decision to return. Your mind's made up. The point is that the district's communication is incredibly flawed, even between schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is speaker number 32, Megan Krupa. Megan, are you with us tonight?
I am.
Thank you for waiting so long. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Megan Krupa. I live in Eagle River and have 2 daughters in 2nd and 5th grade at Fire Lake Elementary School. I also have a PhD in biological science. I'd like to first thank you for your service. As members of the school board, you each committed to yourself to the core values of accountability, safety, and responsiveness. Right now, you are accountable to the CDC to ensure the safety of the entire ASD community in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. As a parent and scientist, this is the question that I ask you to consider. Can all ASD schools meet the CDC's minimum guidelines to safely reopen during the height of a pandemic? I wish the answer was yes, and I could drop off my kids at school and enjoy an undisturbed latte on my way to work. Unfortunately, as you'll see, the scientific answer to this question doesn't lead me to a latte. Science is currently playing a very minor role in ASD's reopening plans. For example, there is no scientific support for the 3 to 6 feet of social distancing advocated in ASD's guidelines. The CDC, epidemiologists, virologists, doctors, nurses, and scientists have consistently set 6 feet of social distancing as the minimum space needed to prevent the spread of COVID-19. The fictional 3 to 6 feet guideline is proof that ASD is unable to meet the most basic CDC standards. You cannot adapt science to fit your needs. Science does not work that way. If ASD cannot achieve the science-based CDC guidelines, the community needs to understand the increased risk involved with this failure. I am personally concerned about this failure because my daughter's school is unable to achieve the minimum 6 feet of social distancing and will rely upon this scientifically inaccurate 3 to 6 feet adaptation. ASD needs to be honest about what it can and cannot do because the stakes are high and the virus will be the only thing that profits from its failure to meet CDC guidelines. As principals and staff struggle to construct individual reopening plans, it is clear to me that these plans have not undergone scientific review. At my daughter's school, children will leave their classrooms to eat lunch in a shared space. COVID-19 is excited about this opportunity because the virus has been scientifically proven to linger in the air for longer than 3 hours. Since my second grader is in the last lunch group, she will be exposed to the lingering aerosol from the classes who came before her. As my daughter and other students return back to their classrooms, the teachers will then be exposed to the rest of the school. The reality is that my daughter's school cannot meet the minimum CDC guidelines to safely reopen during the height of a pandemic. I do not fault the principal or staff at my daughter's school for these failures. Each school is struggling to do its best with very little to no scientific support from ASD. How many other ASD schools fail to meet the most basic CDC guidelines? I'd like to see that data before we start a failed experiment justified with fictional 3 to 6 feet science.
Megan?
I want my elementary age children to go back to school, but science disagrees.
Megan?
Yep.
I'm sorry, the 3 minutes are up.
Okay.
Thank you. I do not see speaker number 33 in the queue. Speaker number 34, Amy Holonix. Amy, are you with us tonight?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We sure can. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Okay, why now when the Muni says no gathering is safe? Well, my classroom has 23 kids. Isn't that a gathering? How is that legal? Why now when the Muni says work from home? In 7 days, I'll be back with 70 staff members who share 3 bathrooms. Why now when the Muni says keep social distance of 6 feet minimum? ASD says 3 to 6 feet if possible. That math doesn't seem right. I can't believe the stress kindergarten teachers are feeling for their students. How will the children react when a classmate gets sent down to the contamination room escorted by the nurse in full PPE gear? How will the children feel if they've gotten their classmates and teachers sick because they were asymptomatic? We shouldn't open schools before Thanksgiving. They'll be in school just long enough to infect their grandparents during dinner. That will be hard to bear. ASD is sending us back with disregard to the numbers or their safety, yet manipulating them to make it seem okay. My colleagues have sent detailed letters to the school board, Dr. Bishop, and the mayor about safety and not having enough or quality PPE. The district is not taking our concerns seriously. We're told we're all in this together. We should be participating in problem solving and providing input. We've listened to school board meetings, echo sessions, town hall meetings that have said to come to them with our questions. However, when this is done, we're often not listened to, and offers by administration to go beyond the building for questions are stifled. My friend didn't receive any PPE for her classroom. She went to her principal, the school nurse, and the BPO asking if she'd get any before school started. She was told there was an order, but not one person could tell her when it would be coming in. She therefore sought out the information from the ASD building. When the principal found this out, she was reprimanded and written up for it. Teachers shouldn't get into trouble for having concerns about PPE and trying to seek answers. We're going through a pandemic. I might have done the same thing, just trying to keep my classroom safe. She's devastated and upset. After all the long hours, virtual teaching, and setting up for a kindergartner, she's being treated this way. To get written up and say she can't contact the ASD building isn't right. ASD said they would answer all our questions after the town hall and get back to us. And that was the end of September. We're still waiting. Yet we see videos on school expectations to show what a classroom will look like. They show a class of 8 kids, not 23. This is misleading if the public thinks this is what school might look like in their child's classroom. And why do ASD's charter elementary schools get to choose if they get to stay online? So I ask again, why now? How many more cases is enough for you? Why 10 days before the holidays, after nearly 8 months of being safe? Is it COVID fatigue? You've told us, this virus is with us. We can't let it stop us. Well, we can't play God. We know it's going to get worse. How many deaths is enough?
Thank you. And our final speaker, speaker number 35, Stephanie George. Stephanie, are you with us tonight? Stephanie, there you go. Stephanie.
I think I'm unmuted.
Yes, you are. We can hear you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd first like to thank member Andy Holloman for trying to get this issue on the agenda tonight. This is an important issue, and 9 days, I mean, this changes every day, and we can expect it to be predictable, and I appreciate him trying to get it on the agenda. I was an Anchorage school district teacher for over 14 years, and then I worked in nonprofits and the university. There are people here that worked in my classroom that were my students. Kyle, the man that spoke before, is the husband of my TA. There are people here that understand that we need to be coming up with reasonable solutions. We need to come up with answers that aren't pro this and anti that political nonsense. We have folks that need their kids to be in classrooms because they need to go be essential workers. And there are people like me who are very high risk, and I have my father at home who just had open heart surgery, and we can't risk our family. But Anchorage School District is still pushing ahead like there's no difference in what we do. But we need to think through this, and we need to come up with logical and reasonable answers. And this that we're pushing through is not the answer. We need to understand that folks can't just send their kids to school and be okay with exposing themselves to COVID. And we have 300 to 400 cases a day. 500 was our max. This is unacceptable. We have the second lowest population in the United States, but we have the third to fourth highest infection rate. We can't pretend this isn't an issue. We've got folks that want to pretend it's not an issue and bury their head in the sand, but this is not logical. It's not realistic. We need to move on, give folks a chance to give this logical and reasonable answers. Folks like Andy, who tried to get this on the agenda and couldn't even be supported. Star Marset, shame on you. Shame on you. You used to be an advocate for special needs.
Stephanie?
No, this is it's illegal in so many ways.
Stephanie?
That folks are folks are not
Stephanie,
you can't
turn off
choose.
the phone. Yep. Thank you. All right. That was our last speaker. We are at the end of public testimony. I understand that emotions are running high. The personal attacks are not appropriate.
Well, you should see the message
Next up on the agenda is school board and administration comments. Board members have any comments they wish to make? Please raise. Member Holloman.
Yeah, obviously there is huge emotion behind this whole topic. I do want to take a minute and say that I am very impressed with what the administration and what the staff in schools has done. And in trying to bring this to the fore to discuss it, I hope that no one takes it as a personal attack or dissatisfaction. I was real impressed with what I saw at Huffman. I am seeing various levels of that in other places around the district, and I think there's some really creative ideas out there. And I thought about it a lot while I was in the building, and I will admit, it felt like a very safe place. Of course, it's missing all the children, and that's the problem, is what's out there in the community right now. The prevalence of COVID in the community means that we will have more COVID in the schools. And we've got a bit now without students coming and going. The data that we've seen on children is conflicting and confusing. So that's something that has yet to play out. But the biggest thing is the resources in the community and the risk of doing anything that nudges the numbers even higher. There's a letter to the ADN that I think was published this evening from a handful of doctors that work in the emergency departments. They're extremely concerned that we're going to be pushed to the point of triage. And like several people have noted, I think we're doing a good job in terms of trying to be ready to minimize it and be that safe space. But this virus travels with people. When people travel, the virus moves. When they get close to other people, that's how infections propagate. That's how more people get sick. If we can get our numbers lower and we can get a downward trend, then we can bring people on board and we won't be doing harm to the community. But as it sits right now, it really is frightening, and I think we put our students at risk. So I just want to say that I do look at the planning. I like the plan. I think it's just a situation that the community is in right at the moment. I like the idea of bringing back a few grade levels at a time. I like the idea that we would be working with a small number of students at first, learning a lot from that, and then expanding up the grade levels until we had everybody back in a safe way. And I see a lot of innovation and effort out there. But this strikes me as the wrong moment as we're about to go through 2 holiday periods in a situation that unfortunately is already out of control in our community. So I do want to say thank you to everybody that has done so much and is pushing. And we all want our kids back in school. I mean, that is what every single one of us wants. But we can't be the place that puts them at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go any further, we are coming up right at 11 o'clock. I need a motion to go maybe another 15 minutes or whatever the body.
I move to extend the meeting 15 minutes.
Second.
Okay. Is there anybody opposed to extending by 15 minutes? By unanimous consent, here we go. Next up in the queue is Member Bellamy.
Yes, and I'll be brief. I support the phased-in plan. That's not my problem. The staff, I trust the staff, the plan that the staff has come up with. My concerns have to do with the timing. My concerns have to do with the metrics in our city. And my concerns have to do with the impact of bringing kids back at this time, in this climate, especially those families that are more fragile than others. And those are and I do believe, and the data shows that Black and brown families are most impacted by this. So I'm not against, this is not about the superintendent's plan. I think she came up with a good plan. I just think the timing, I need to understand the timing. I need to understand the conversations that the staff had around the disparate, the impact, the potential impact to our intergenerational families. I mean, have we given any advice to our, and maybe I missed it on the website. There's good information on the website. Intergenerational families who depend on each other. They live in the same household. They're 2 and 3 and sometimes 4 generations deep. We're giving them an option, and I think we're doing what we think is right for all kids. But I think the potential impact to our children of color is, I just need to understand what the administration's thinking is behind that, and how much did that weigh in the decision. And I'm also concerned, my final concern has to do with, our staff. They're fearful, they're feeling undervalued, and I don't have the answer, but I do think we need to somehow I just think the timing right now with the metrics that's adding to all the frustration here and the uncertainty, I just think we're putting a lot on people to try to bear, especially when we are, this time of year and under the current metrics in this city. So that's why I was hoping to have a conversation tonight so that I could try to get a deeper sense that my concerns were indeed met by the administration. And these are not just questions you can just, I could have sent them in, yes, but these are the things that I just think that as a board, we just need to, we need to ask the deeper questions. And I don't have them all, but I do know that our staff is stressed, unhappy, and I think the metrics in this city are not safe. And so, and if I don't feel they're safe, I know the staff doesn't feel safe. I don't have the answer, but I think part of it lies in giving ourselves more time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Board Member Hildy.
Thank you. I just want to be wary of not using this time to talk about like an agenda item, right? Like if we want to talk about this. But to be clear, we can always ask questions on reopening plan. It's a non-action item that is on every single time. So there is never a meeting a board member can't have in-depth questioning. That's always an option. You just pull the non-action item and say, I have a bunch of questions and I want to learn more about this. I'm okay with having a meeting if we want to have something specific to it. I am not okay. It is not a procedural like fussiness. Procedures are there to protect people's rights and interests, to make sure everybody gets a voice. So we have these rules for a reason. It's not just in this case it favors one person and in this case it favors somebody else. We have consistency for a reason. So if we want to do something different, that's fine, but it needs to be fair, and it needs to be for the people who don't get to have a voice. And I appreciate Member Bellamy always speaking up for those who aren't having a voice, but I hear a lot of people. We all hear different stuff. So we all, whatever we're hearing, we get to bring to the table. That's part of being representative. So if that's something the board president wants to do, totally cool. It just needs to be appropriately noticed so that it is fair to our community.
Thank you. I did have my hand raised in the queue, so I'm going to go ahead and take a quick moment. One of the things board members don't really get to do as parents sometimes is, stand up and have public comment. And we wear multiple hats in our community, and sometimes our voices don't always get to be heard in the different ways, or they get ascribed differently than how they're maybe intending. So I've got 2 hats tonight. My kids will go back to school when the time is available to them. I believe in the plan that the district is setting, and I believe in the safety. And my kids are ready because I know what they need. My family is prioritizing education. We are changing our life choices to make sure that education is what comes first in our household before anything else. Our family is not going to live in emotional gridlock anymore. We are learning to live in this new environment, and it affects, how we operate. We know that this is going to be around. We know that this is a part of our life, and we have to learn to live with it. My children have had 18 teachers over these 2 quarters because they're in high school, and they are fantastic teachers. But I know a lot of them would be super fantastic if they had in-person instruction. They are doing what they can in the boundaries and the limits of online education. But I know they would be even better in person with the kids. And I know that my children would do better in person. And I have to advocate, for the multiple families that I hear that are all in this same situation. Multiple kids, multiple needs. It's all varied and very different. As a board member, I will go visit classrooms. Cheers, send me an invite. I will come visit your classroom. I will see what you got going. I am not afraid to come visit a classroom, even if it is full of children. I will continue to advocate for safe environments. I will support the district's efforts to do everything humanly possible to ensure that staff and students have what they need. It's being done. If the mayor or governor halts in-person school, I will support our best possible online education that we can give our kids. I want to do what's right, but most of all, I am here to support our mission, which is educating all students for success in life. And that means there might be different needs across our very large district, and that's what I'm here to help do. And so with that, I will hand it over to Board Member Marset.
So first of all, the reason that I wasn't in favor of discussing Mr. Holloman's motion is because he made a point of saying that we should discuss it so the community knows how the board members, what their position is on this. And I didn't think that was appropriate. And I don't know what the purpose was for that. I've clearly stated my opinion and my voice. I don't believe that we can't discuss this. If we want to discuss it, you pull it up just like, I said in the very beginning. Make an motion, make an amendment to the agenda and ask to put something on non-action. You don't have to have an amendment. You can say, I'd like to put it on there for discussion. If something comes out of that, that's fine. But you want to talk about it, talk about it. I'm not against that. But let's do it without the pretense of putting board members on the spot. Asking board members to state and be transparent on where they stand.
Like that.
Board members can do that on their own if they like. I don't think it's appropriate for, I'm sorry, I'm speaking.
You're speaking to my motivation, and you don't know that, and you have misinterpreted.
I know. Well, I know what you said, Mr. Holloman.
All right, guys.
There was no intention to put any
Point of order. Yeah. All comments should be directed to the chair. Come on, guys.
Are you done, Member Marset? Okay. Member Mitchell?
Thank you very much. And again, as I said earlier, I am unbelievably impressed by what the schools are doing. It's challenging. They're doing the best with the situation that we have, the number of students and the size of the classrooms. I continue to be concerned. And I guess I don't know. I feel like we haven't really, I don't know why, but we haven't. Last time we didn't have enough time to ask questions. Anyway, I don't feel like we have fully discussed this. I continue to be concerned, as I mentioned last time and the time before, about the matrix, and the numbers have only gotten worse. Very, very, very concerned about that. I have, several friends at ANMC and at South Central and at Providence, and I know Dr. Bishop talks with the medical people all the time, but they just sound like they're close to close to a breaking point, and I would hate for our district to be contributing to that. I do appreciate, I mean, when I've asked, it sounds like we really have had virtually no cases of COVID in the district at all, which is really, really unbelievably impressive. I think that, you know, the comment that everybody wants to get into in-person, it's interesting because to Dr. Bishop's point about different kids and families, I have friends for whom this program is working great. And you know, I hear over and over again, I talked to a kindergarten teacher who said she was despairing that kids, or might have been in first grade, I can't remember which, despairing that her students weren't getting blended consonants, and that she thought it was because of the online. And then the very next week, it started clicking. I hear over and over again from teachers that things are coming together. I talked to a SPED teacher who talked about a SPED student that she's doing one-on-one with on Zoom, and had thrown their papers, pencils around. And I mean, I could read this to you. They're now learning to write, loving to learn. They do one-to-one Zooms with them daily, and they're learning letter names and sounds, numbers, comparing numbers. They have so much fun in their Zooms, and she's been able to forge a wonderful relationship. When she says it's time to go, they always say no. She said the progress they're making gives her chills, and she's so proud of them. I am concerned about Whaley, and concerned about, you know, what is the protocol? I don't know. I do have a lot of questions. You know, there's 220 IEPs at Whaley. These are all kids who can't even be in self-contained classrooms in their own buildings, and so they're the highest need, highest risk in the district, and we're bringing them all back in. They're more prone to COVID. They're more prone to having devastating effects if they get it. They have sensory issues. Will they be able to keep masks on? Will they be able to use hand sanitizer? What's the spit protocol? You know, just like I think the fact, I just have a lot of questions. And 8 days before Thanksgiving, and then coming back, and then going into Christmas, those are holidays. The community, I think this is the time to communicate to the community that we need everybody to be together. And I don't believe that people are going to leave at Thanksgiving.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I am going to call a point of order, because it's really, this is not the agenda item. Like, also the time, but also this isn't the time to talk about it. We told the public we're going to talk about it when we have those on our item, or we can set a new meeting or something, but we don't just get to attack things on.
Well, I guess also maybe we need a meeting that's specific to this.
I'll take that under advisement, but also please, Member Mitchell, please send in your questions, because there's got to be a place to start from. And the superintendent had some comments as well.
I just want to make a correction, Member Mitchell. You said little to no COVID cases, and we've been overly clear that we have responded to COVID cases. Our staff members, who we don't have students now, but we have staff members, teachers included, aides, custodians, people that come to us from having been in our community and have COVID. We have reported those publicly to the newspaper. We've reported them to you. And so I'm just curious of the misunderstanding, because we've been overly transparent. Thank you. Transmission. Okay. Okay, I didn't know what you meant, because this is a public meeting, and I wanted to be clear that we've shared that many times. Thank you.
All right, it is 11:14, and we are to adjourn at 11:15.
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Unless there's any opposition, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to board members and to administration.